Good morning. Can research make a real difference for the SDGs? And are researchers and research users interested in contributing? Welcome to the second day of the National SDG Conference. My name is Annelin Eriksen. I'm the Vice-Rector for Global Relations at the University of Bergen. And I will be moderating this first session today called Reworking the SDGs. Let us take a step back and not only look at what we need to rethink, but also how we should work with the Sustainable Development Goals. In particular, how should universities work? What kind of knowledge do we need to work in a meaningful way with the 2030 Agenda when, as we saw yesterday, there are deep contradictions built into the agenda? The 2030 Agenda calls for change, but also entails the potential for a business-as-usual scenario. It seems that what Agenda 2030 is and will be is still to be decided, and thus needs a strong investment from critical thinkers and researchers. In order to identify the contradictions and trade-offs that need to be done, we must see the 2030 Agenda as exactly an agenda. We need to understand the overall aim beyond the 17 SDGs. The agenda is called Transforming Our World. But what does a transformative shift imply? What is it that we want to change? In order to develop this form of knowledge, we also need research that is geared towards solutions, but also research that takes a step back and asks new and overarching questions. The aim of this next session is to understand how we can accommodate research that helps us ask the right kinds of questions so as not to lose sight of the transformative shift in the more instrumental crafting of the tools. Is it not necessary to develop knowledge about interrelationship between the goals, as well as critical discussion about what the transformation called for really implies? If we are to address the overarching questions, do we not need to also include the humanities and social sciences in a more direct way in the work with the SDGs? Perhaps we need to carve out a completely new space for research in the era of SDGs, a form of multidisciplinary research that not only produces target-specific solutions, but also a deeper understanding of what it takes to trigger a transformative shift. In order to give us some perspectives on these issues, we will now hear two keynote speakers. And there is an opportunity for you all to engage in this discussion by sending your questions to the telephone number given here. These questions will be addressed as far as possible during the panel discussion after the keynotes have given their talks. Our first speaker is in a unique position to talk about research and the SDGs, as she is a member of the group of scientific experts tasked with drafting the upcoming UN Global Sustainable Development Report. She is also director of Sustainability Science Center at the University of Copenhagen, and she is a professor in biological oceanography. Welcome, Dr. Katherine Richardson.
Thanks very much, and you're one of the first people that's gotten that biological oceanography said rightly, so thank you very much. Okay, one of the absolute defining characteristics of any society is how it considers its own relationship, or how it defines its own relationship, or understands its own relationship with nature and the world around us. Every religion has some kind of a story about this relationship, and I would argue that humanity in the 21st century is in the exciting but also challenging position of redefining its relationship with the world around us. And I think this redefinition actually began when we could get pictures like this back. And we could see that very viscerally we can understand that the Earth's resources are limited. We need those resources. We understand that intuitively, which is probably why all cultures have some kind of mythology or understanding about what our relationship is to these resources. But we can viscerally see that they are limited. And in the moment you begin to accept the fact that your resources are limited, you also have to begin to consider how you're going to share them. So really what all of this is about in this redefinition of our relationship is the recognition that we need governance. We need governments in order to manage, or we need to manage our relationship with the planet. And what do we do as a global community when we don't have a global government? We turn to the UN, usually as our default, in order to try and get this management to work. And what did we get from the UN? Well, in 2015, of course, we got the Sustainable Development Goals. And I honestly think they should be considered as a vision for how we want to share the resources that we have among 9 to 10 billion people that we're committed to by the middle of this century, and of course, all the other living organisms that we have on this planet. Now, the SDGs have been incredibly, they've got real momentum, and there's a lot of interest in them, and many universities, organizations, public administration, companies are taking them on board. Unfortunately, most of them are looking at these and saying, that one, and that one I think are mine. Or, what do I do already, and can I put one of these on and then I can say we've integrated the SDGs into what we're doing? That isn't going to work, because if you think about it, we already have in the UN, we have agreements that deal with climate, that deal with women, that deal with water, that deal with biodiversity. We've got almost an agenda or an agreement that has to do with every single one of these SDGs. So what's interesting about this particular agenda is the fact that all of these challenges are brought together, which in fact means that it is the interactions between them that are important. Now you've heard before, but it's all of that they have to be one for all and all for one, 3 musketeers or whatever they are with these SDGs. But I think actually, even though we have to have them all along, we can accept the fact, or we can understand them as having different roles to play in the transition and the sharing that needs to take place. At the very core of sustainability is the conflict that to get human well-being, which is goals 1 to 6, it usually comes at the cost of the environment, which is 13, 14, and 15. So we have this built-in conflict here. We don't know where we want to be on this arrow, but we can intuitively understand that if we come too far down towards people, we may ruin the living space that we have. That's the discussion we're having about climate. If we come too far up here towards the environment, then we may not have the space to be able to develop and increase our welfare or our well-being. So we need to find the right balance. Sustainable development is a compromise, and we need to find the right balance. At the moment, it appears that we're too far down here, and we need to release some of the pressure here. Now, unfortunately, the SDSN and others have gone around and they've ranked countries. And they say, hey, in the north, they can do this. Sweden's number 1, Denmark's number 2. I wish I knew where Norway was. I think that is so dangerous. Because at number 6, So I think that is so dangerous when they do that, because in reality, every country is as far from achieving the Sustainable Development Goals as every other. The difference being that in developing countries, the challenges lie here. In developed countries, the challenges lie here. You've all seen these sorts of pictures that here's the development index and here's the ecological footprint on this axis. And for those of us who are lucky enough to live in countries with a very high living standard, oops, we have an environmental problem. We've used too much of our ecological footprint's too big. And here where we have an okay ecological footprint, there's lots of room for human development. So we're all equally far from achieving the SDGs. So we have this fundamental relationship here, and we need to release the pressure. We have different levers we can use to release the pressure. There are some technological solutions, there are some economic tools we can use, there is governance that can be used, there are behavioral changes, and you can actually go in and you can assign almost all of the rest of the SDGs to one of those levers. Number 7, for example, clean energy, is clearly a useful tool in getting to 13, which is climate. The only one that really doesn't fit into that framework is equality. And of course, if this is all about sharing resources, then equality does lie at the very, very center of all this. So in our report, which is coming, one of the major messages we want to give, it's clear that we're not going to achieve the objectives of the SDGs. And by the way, just because you meet all of those sub-goals doesn't necessarily mean that you have achieved sustainable development. But it's clear if we're going to have progress towards achieving those objectives, we cannot do it by looking at within sectors alone or by focusing on single SDGs. We need to move into system thinking. And of course, system thinking is a real challenge for our universities, public administration, and so on. At universities today, we believe if we have a department for economics and a department for geology and a department for psychology and a department for and so on, and we go into great detail in all of those departments, that when we take what we've learned and throw it into one big pot and stir it up, we will understand how the earth works. Of course, that isn't going to work. It's like asking medical doctors, one who does research in the stomach, one in the brain, one in the foot, one in the ear, one in the eye, to put all of their results together, and we will suddenly understand the human body. We won't, because we don't get the emergent properties. So we're challenged both within our educational systems, but also in our public administration. We are also challenged because we don't think in terms of SDGs. What do we think in terms of? Well, we can translate the figure that I showed you before with the arrow, which is between human prosperity or welfare, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 1 to 6, and you can also have 8 with decent work there. And then you have earth resources here, global commons. You have atmosphere, ocean, land, and life on earth, biodiversity. And then the way we demand resources is through energy, through food and water, through materials for production, places to live and protect us, which for 60% of the population in 2030 will be within cities. So it's through these, and if you can look at these arrows that go, it's all very complicated, but the point is that black arrows show that we're putting waste products here. Green arrows show that we're actually changing the global commons there. We need to be reducing the pressure here. So we need some kind of governance in order to be able to release that pressure. And remember, when we talk about governance at the global level, we're not necessarily talking about government. You can have governance without having government. But when we're talking governance without government, it means it's not only our political leaders we need to be turning to for leadership, but all other members of society. You, me, companies, all of us have a role to play here. And if we look into the kinds of governance that we need, well, we need to have a look, as I say, at these arrows. We need to reduce the pressure of those arrows. And one of the things we need to do is to incorporate cost effectiveness, possibly by regulation, but also voluntarily in many cases, I think, into all sectors. In other words, the goal should be, that we maximize human welfare for the environmental cost. For years we've been going around and saying, the most environment for the money. No, it needs to be the most welfare for the environmental investment. And that's the ratio we need to be looking for in all of these arrows. We talk about the global governance, that we can't have global governance without a global government. Well, we have global governments of a global trade system. Maybe we need to be getting this efficiency, not just money efficiency into trade agreements that are there in order to be able to make sure we can get things as cheaply as possible and so on. Maybe we need to be incorporating those kinds of ratios into trade agreements as well. So I would argue that people who work with trade agreements at universities also have a potential role here. One of the areas where things are most sensitive is at that environmental end, where we're using the global commons. And we need to consider, again, I think, how we govern the global commons. Remember, some years ago, we used to think that the smoke coming out of chimneys was a local environmental pollution problem. We now recognize it as a global climate problem. What about the farmer and his land? Does he have the right to do anything to his land, pesticides, nutrients, whatever, that ultimately can get into the global commons in terms of greenhouse gases or influence our water and so on? Do we need to reconsider ownership? And the same is true of the ocean. So we need, I think, to get our legal beavers going on some of these questions. So we need to rethink or rework, whatever the key word is at this meeting, our ownership of the global commons and our relationship with the global commons. I think also we may have more reliance on non-state actors to the governance process of the global commons. And here I'd like to highlight a really interesting paper that came in PNAS last year, where there are some scientists at the Stockholm Resilience Center that said, fine, we've been trying to deal with our biodiversity by saying a box and saying we will protect it. And we don't look at the arrows about who's using that box and getting those players on board. So they increased the size of the ecosystem and made it the socio-ecosystem, and went out and looked at the companies that are producing, the big seafood producers. And of course it turns out there's really almost only a handful of them. And they got the CEOs from these companies around the table, and they've actually put money into and are taking science advice directly, not through the UN, not through the government, but a completely new partnership in terms of trying to protect those resources. And one of the resources, one of the global commons that we have is actually the Earth system. I know of an effort actually coming from Portugal trying to get the Earth system recognized as a UNESCO cultural heritage for all of us. How do we deal with the Earth system and manage the Earth system? Well, I was involved in a paper last summer, which I won't go into the details due to the short time, but our main argument was that even if we humans, it's great that politicians go to Paris and they say, okay, 2 degrees, and we're going to control this by turning the knob of our emissions, and when we get there, it's going to stop at 2 degrees. But we said, but guys, if you look back in history, the Earth has never had a longer period where its temperature was stable at approximately 2 degrees above the pre-industrial. Why might that be? And it turns out that there are potentially a large number of intrinsic feedbacks in the Earth system as a whole, that if we emit our carbon budget, mean that the system will very likely continue to warm. So our first hypothesis is that there are intrinsic biosphere dynamics that will make the Earth want to get much hotter, even if we manage to keep the Paris Agreement. But our second hypothesis is that we as humans can manage our relationship with those feedbacks in such a way that we could actually keep the Earth system at approximately 2 degrees above the pre-industrial. What kinds of processes are interesting there? Well, obviously, reducing greenhouse gas. Oops, okay. Oh, I've lost my picture down there, but never mind. Obviously, reducing greenhouse gas emissions, we all know that. Enhancing or creating negative feedbacks. That could be planting trees, or it could be what some people are calling geoengineering. Whatever, we need laws, we need rules, we need some kind of guidance as to how and when we can do this kind of thing. Much geoengineering is actually cheap. It can be done unilaterally, and I hope you don't think it was a mistake that it never rained during the Chinese Olympics. I mean, we are doing these things. Who gets the right to do them, and when, and for what purpose? We really need our legal beavers on again. Again, modifying the Earth's energy balance, another form of geoengineering. Who gets the rights? It's cheap. When and where do they do it? What happens when China does it and it changes the monsoon over India? We have some really serious governance issues that need to be dealt with. Population growth, our own behavior in terms of consumption. Is this going to be voluntary or regulatory, or how are we going to actually change human behavior? Where are humanists? Where do we have them on board here? Governance that actually respects stewardship of the Earth system. Value changes in terms of our relationship with the rest of the world. Technological innovation and building resistance in everything that, building resilience in everything that we do. I was at a meeting last Friday, a really, really interesting meeting where John Elkington spoke. John Elkington, you may or may not have heard of, but 25 years ago, John Elkington was the guy that christened the triple bottom line. And so he's a real guru in the business world. But he's really taken the SDGs on board, and he says the SDGs are a purchase order from the future. I like that. A purchase order from the future. And it is dependent upon us to deliver that order. But if we're going to deliver it, it requires that our governance systems need a complete makeover, rethink, or redo, whatever the quote is we have here for this meeting. And I believe that we at universities have a special role here in terms of helping to develop the new governance systems that are needed in order to support our understood relationship with the Earth system. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Katherine. Our next keynote speaker has a long experience with the way science relates to policy in the field of sustainable development. As a former scientific officer at the Joint Research Centre of the European Commission and as a professor of the theory of science. Please welcome Professor Silvio Funtowicz. We are looking forward to your talk.
Thank you. Good morning. It's a real pleasure and an honor to contribute to this conference as a member of the University of Bergen. When I was invited to have a keynote speech, I thought, oh, here we go again. And because I had this sense of déjà vu, because I started relating to the challenges of science and sustainability in 1992 at the Rio Conference on the Environment. What happened then is that there was a growing awareness that there were not only benefits from our technological development and progress, but there were also pathologies. That the way we were developing and we are understanding progress was at the same time creating problems for our environment and also for our health. Now, at that time, my entry point into sustainability was through what it was called Local Agenda 21. And if you remember, for those who remember, among the principles for Local Agenda 21 was one that was called Principle 5, which was labeled the precautionary principle. So the idea that we could act in the face of incomplete knowledge in order to protect the environment and health. Unfortunately, and I have to say it, with time, this idea of the precautionary principle, the way it was operationalized, it became a kind of politically correct cost-benefit analysis. And the idea of sustainability became a kind of, let's sustain growth. Now, the second entry point was, for me, was in 1998, when I was asked to organize a workshop for the Commission of Sustainable Development in the United Nations. That was a request by then British presidency. How many years have passed? We're talking about British presidency of the European Union. And it was about challenges of the use of science for sustainable development. And this here, and it's available for those who want, is a document we prepared about precisely those challenges, which are quite consistent and coherent with what we heard before about complexity, system thinking, and governance. Now, so I thought for this occasion, I had to add something else. It's not only about the challenges of the use of science, but also about the lessons I learned. The lessons I learned. So I stepped back and I looked at those challenges, and I then look what I have learned. Because it's important if we want to act today that we take stock of, let's say, from 92, almost 30 years of involvement in the achievement of a sustainable future. Now, if you look at what we said in that paper, it was quite reasonable. And substantially what we have to say is that in synthesis, you don't have off-the-shelf science for sustainability. It's not that you have a repository, and if you need science, you go and pick it, and then you deploy it. That if sustainability is our aim, then we have to create the appropriate and relevant science. Now, and you can see here that we argue that sustainability cannot be achieved just by deploying more science and technology. Because those contributions from science and technology, which are important, have to be embedded in new social processes. Now, at that time, we saw that the scientific institutions were quite in tune with these aims. For example, AAAS at that time was talking about the new social contract for science. Jane Lubchenko's article, some people will remember it. And it was the idea that we needed a new social contract for science in order to achieve some societal goals. Now, we reinforce the message in an article we wrote for UNESCO about precisely the idea that there are challenges that are at all levels, at the ontological level, at the epistemological level, at the political level, and we have to look at what Katherine before mentioned as system thinking in complexity. And we argue that the complex socio-ecological system have a number of emergent properties that require a new understanding of scientific method, criteria of truth and quality, and conceptual frameworks. These include nonlinearity, plurality of perspective, emergence of properties, self-organization, multiplicity of scales, and irreducible uncertainty. This is not your usual scientific problem anymore, in which modern science have been quite successful. Now, when I say, let me step back and reflect on what I learned, what we all learned, I have in mind what an Italian philosopher and politician, Antonio Gramsci, said in 1921. And it's quite difficult not to agree with him. The idea that history teaches, but there are no pupils. Now, in my current phase of my life, I have to believe that Gramsci was wrong. And that we can learn. If we can't learn, what hope there is for us? If we don't have a kind of collective memory, how can we proceed to the future? So now, in the amount of time I have left, I want to share with you, that's great, I have the time. I want to share with you what I have learned, with the hope that you can reflect on my learning and make it part of your own, not only reflection, but also action. Okay? Now, the first thing I learned, and I'm going to use this slide, which those who were in some of the sessions at the day 0 of the conference, this was shown, and I borrowed it. In general, I don't prepare my own slides. I just take them from others. And this is from my colleague, Jeroen van der Sluis, a professor also at the University of Bergen, who synthesized an insight that, if you remember the previous papers that were by Jerry Ravitz, who in 1971 wrote a book about scientific knowledge and its social problems. And the idea is that, and that's my lessons, we have to change our problem-solving strategy. We have to change it. Because up to now, our problem-solving strategy have been complexification. And complexifications mean that a system becomes hyper-complex and it loses flexibility and adaptability. It becomes less resilient, less robust to changes. And part of this relates to what the diagram here shows, that the way we solve problems, practical problems, political problems, value problems, is to reduce them to a techno-scientific exercise. So, if we had a practical political question, the task was to reduce it to a science or technical problem. You solve the problem, and then you think you have solved the practical political problem. And that is true if the question is conceived as simple or complicated. But it doesn't work when we are dealing with complex issues. And in the slides I had before with the text, we explain why not. But one of the features that's quite important is that complexity implies ambiguity. And just to say it in simple words, what you have, if you have a complex issue, is you have a plurality of legitimate perspectives that cannot be reduced one to the other. So you are forced to work with this multiplicity of perspectives. And then the issue becomes how you reconcile them. How do you reconcile those different perspectives? We don't have a view from nowhere, which is the vision of modern science. We have visions from somewhere and from someone or somebody. And they are in conflict most of the time. So if our aim is to achieve a common future, a sustainable common future, then we have to handle and create processes, robust and fair processes, to reconcile conflicting visions and perspectives. In this, science and technology have an important role to play. But they have to be embedded in that social processes. Now, from there on, I have a few minutes left just to talk about the other lessons. And please take it not as a criticism about the SDGs, which seem a sensible way to go, if you think of it as an agenda, but not as a blueprint. And the questions we have to answer are the following. Sustainability of what and why? Because we don't want to sustain everything, especially those practices and lifestyles that have taken us to our current predicaments. On the other hand, if you think about the complex system situation, you know you cannot sustain everything. Right? There are trade-offs. I mean, if understood as a multi-criteria problem, you cannot optimize in all the dimension and all the criteria. So there are choices to be made. And those choices have to do also with the why we want to sustain certain things. And that takes us to the following. The need to shift from the what to the how. I believe it's more important the how than the what. Because if we put ourselves the question, how are we going to obtain certain results that are societal? We heard before. We have governance problems. You know, recently, Martin Rees, who was Royal Astrophysicist and President of Royal Society and so on, and has an Institute of Existential Risk, say, we were not successful when we kicked up the problem to the United Nations. Look at drugs, look at human trafficking, look at other things. So it has to be a process in which broad sections of the population, of citizens, people have to be involved. The how is important. And that goes precisely to the contradiction that we had since modern science emerged. The distinction and conflict between knowing that and knowing how. Where knowing how is a kind of second-order type of knowledge. We have to reverse that. They go together. We have to have the craft skills and develop the institutions, develop the societal robustness for dealing with these issues. The last element in what I learned is sustainability for whom? It's interesting because in my life in science, I'm working with integrated assessment models, as they were called, all type of systems analysis and all that. Everything changes. There is one thing that doesn't change, and that's us. And we know that this is false. We have seen incredible changes in us and our conception about the human condition. Okay? In the past, we could sensibly assume that we were born, we reproduced, and we die the same way. That's no longer true. And that is being challenged. We are born in different ways, we reproduce in different ways, and we die in different ways. And some believe that even dying is a problem. So, sustainability for whom? For a humanity of gene-edited babies that will have to colonize the stars in order to survive because we have no hope of saving this planet, which is a beautiful planet. Let's think about it, because that implies very important choices. Now, yesterday we heard from our special envoy about his trip to Ethiopia. I don't go too much to Africa, but I go a lot to Latin America. I just came from Latin America. And, you know, there is a humanity out there. There's a humanity out there which tries to survive, struggles to survive 2019. Don't we think that 2030 is too far and a bit too late? Thank you. Thank you.
Before we have our coffee break, I want to announce a change in the program. I'm happy to be able to inform you that the Minister of International Development, Dag-Inge Ulstein, will close the conference at 2:15 today. We will now have a 30-minute coffee break. And as yesterday, there will be coffee 3 places, in front, in the back, and downstairs at Christie Cafe.
Considering what we need is not just solutions, but also asking the right kind of questions. How can the disciplines from the humanities contribute to this?
What kind of power structures do we have to be aware of in the process of implementing the Sustainable Development Goals?
How can the SDGs be a truly transformative agenda when it's built on the economic system that has created a lot of the problems that the agenda is trying to address? And how can then researchers play a critical role in questioning this growth imperative?
How can we make sure that the work universities put into the SDGs remain relevant also beyond 2030? And how can researchers work with the SDGs in a sustainable way when we will have a new agenda in 10 years' time?
The SDGs have 169 targets, so in a way, isn't everything connected to the SDGs? And if so, what is the point to frame all research projects under the SDG umbrella?
How can we avoid that powerful stakeholders influence the agenda to their own interests?
Do we need more interdisciplinary initiatives in order to educate and engage students with regards to the SDGs?
I have a panel with me on stage that I want to engage in a discussion about these questions the student raised and the keynote talks. It seems to me to be two main questions that need to be addressed. What kind of knowledge do we need? And secondly, how do we connect this knowledge to the work with the SDGs? And remember, you can all contribute to this discussion by sending your questions to the number on the screen. I will now start by introducing the panel and giving them 5 minutes each to talk about how their work and their institution relate to the SDG. I just want to mention that there should have been a student on the panel. Unfortunately, he's sick, so he couldn't join us. And Fridtjof Unander from the Research Council, there is an empty chair there. We've been waiting a little extra for him to be able to join us because he's stuck in a plane that has been really very much delayed from Oslo. But we might have another person in the Research Council here with us who might, during our discussion, join us. She's just talking to Fridtjof now to get his talking points. Okay, Sissel Roarkvam, you are a professor and director of the Center for Development and the Environment at the University of Oslo. You have worked for a number of years in the field of global health. As a researcher, what is the challenge in working with the SDGs?
Thank you, Annelin. I think I will start sort of a bit on the side, maybe. I think some of the challenges for university, or what is crucially important for universities to remember, is that the sustainability as a concept or as a process or whatever is larger than the SDGs. So I think that if universities take on the SDG agenda, they should think in this largeness and realize that SDG is a policy agenda, very important, and needed, and can do a lot of good things. But I think we lose some kind of critical space up against what is happening in the SDGs if we don't have this larger debate about what sustainability is all about. And then I think I've been taken a lot lately about what is happening in Europe with the students that is really on the march, challenging, and they are not talking about SDG, they are basically talking about survival. And feeling an urge, that they are on the brink of something that is serious. And the strongest voices we do have at this point is actually youth. And I listened to the Norwegian. I just want to take an extract from her speech at the University of Oslo some weeks back when they were launching a Lancet Commission on Food. And she said, and she's 13, 14 years old, we are vulnerable, you and I, in ways we do not yet understand. We are vulnerable, you and I, in ways we do not yet comprehend. We are vulnerable, you and I, in ways we do not take responsibility for. What about you knowing, but not acting fast enough? And I think that is an amazing challenge to the universities. What are we going to do with this agenda? Because the kids that is marching the streets, they come into our universities tomorrow and the next day, and they will challenge us. And I think this is what we really need to start to think about in the university as educators. What is it? How are we going to do that? And how are we going to meet this kind of urge? Because I think we have to sort of respond to the urgeness somehow. And I think there's so many wonderful images from these things when they march in Belgium, I think, and I saw it with banners that read, "Dinosaurs thought they had time to." Also, I want to take another image for you that sort of bring this kind of urgeness and seriousness back home. And that is on the music scene in a club in Oslo. Two UiO professors was having a quietly debate about what is going on in the world today. Annelin Eriksen as an anthropologist and Johan Vettelsen, a philosopher. And this was a rock music scene, and it was crowded with people, and there was queuing up outside, coming to listen on two middle-aged professors quietly sitting and asking serious questions about where it was sort of academia on its very best. But if we looked at the audience, it was youngsters and it was grandparents. And you know, the middle-aged group that is having the power to change this, I mean, I was there, but we were not in the majority, I must say. So I think there is a mobilization going on that we need to meet. And we see already now when they are coming into the university at ours at Zürn, there is an interdisciplinary center. Our students, what do they ask for? When we ask them, they urge us, they want to learn complex connections. But they don't only want to learn the complex connection in an abstract way. They want to learn it so they can change something. They're very vocal about being part of something that is much larger than themselves. And I thought for long that was only some students, because we have been lucky having that kind of students for a long time. But also at the university at large, it's the same thing. We want to understand the complexity so we can change. And I think that is an important call. We have another colleague at the University of Oslo, Anne Lee, who also makes a point when she's rearranging the medical, how medical students are trained. And she said, what we are doing these days is de-learning. They come in, they ask for something, and we de-learn them to put them into these kind of silos of thinking. So this is the challenge to university, that these students are coming in, and we need to sort of cater to them somehow. And we saw it yesterday with ADA. It's not only economy that will be challenged with their curriculums. I think all of them will have that kind of challenge that, what are you teaching me? Can we bring anything? Yeah. What is the worth of doing this? And another point towards the end here is the monocultures. You know, the universities are made up of, it's not only in biodiversity you have monocultures, you have them also in universities, and they have sort of grown very strong for a long time, and they are very sort of specific and accurate and increasingly very, very clever in sort of what they do, but they are not sort of searching the boundaries of their kind of knowledge and not engaging in extent with things outside the discipline. So I think there's a huge challenge not to sort of move away from disciplines, but to sort of do something with the monocultures and try to sort of work with the value of diversity, not only in biodiversity, but diversity also within institutions, that you actually, the richness of different perspectives is really what universities is all about. And I think we should cherish and work for that. Thank you.
Thank you, Sissel, and thank you for bringing in this important perspective on what we do as universities and the importance of bringing in the students. Dr. Thierry Courvoisier, you are president of the European Academy's Science Advice Council and work specifically on how we can connect research to policy, the so-called science advice mechanism. How can we make research more available for policy, specifically on urgent matters as the SDGs?
So you're asking me how one can make complex, non-linear, uncertain phenomena clear to people who have fled from science from their earliest years. Because that's what policymakers are. They've taken their choices because they hated mathematics in the primary school. They went all the way to political sciences, use, and these sorts of things, trying that they would avoid, or trying to think that they would avoid these issues. And it's our job now to try to reconnect these communities. Ours, which tries to understand the non-linearities, familiar with general theory of relativity and the like, and them familiar with how do I get re-elected in 4 years. And these two questions are rather different in many, many ways. In order to do that, or to try to make that function better, I think we, and I talk on the science side on that one, we have to be independent in our way of thinking, independent from interests, independent from lots of things. What we're never going to be independent from is our culture and our background and who we are. And I think that we should acknowledge too. We have to be competent as much as possible, and we have to have a good doses of humility also. And both should go together. It's also not completely trivial. And we have to be available. We can answer a question. We should be able to listen. And we should also try to have a certain level of charisma or even charm so that we can gain the confidence of these people across the board and tell them that we are also people in some sense. And so we can indeed try to... Well, I mean, you laugh, but it's not trivial at all. When you're an old professor, people tend to think that you're just that, an old professor. But an old professor is a human being too. And I'd be grateful if people don't forget that too often. Well, anyway, in EASAC, we do that the simple way, if I may say so. So we take an issue and we synthesize the knowledge which is available on that issue, and then we try to bring that wherever it's necessary so that, in that particular case, European policy is influenced by it. As an example, we let out, not so long ago, a report on what's called negative carbon emission, which is a stupid word, by the way, because a negative emission, anyway. The idea was that many people think that you can solve part of the climate problem by absorbing carbon from the atmosphere. And that report says, yes, these technologies do exist. Some of them are relatively simple. You just plant trees. But no, we're nowhere close to using these technologies at a scale at which they're meaningful for the climate. So that's the sort of thing we try to do, to say, and indeed to make the policy react to that. Now that's fine in many domains. It's not specific to the SDGs. And the SDGs have one particular attraction in that, and that is that they've somehow caught the attention of society and of the political world like no other program of the same kind before. And in that sense, one can actually rely on that to have entries and to go into that and to take issues bring onto these issues a sustainability light or aspect, whatever sustainability means in this respect, which is indeed not always as clear as what people are thinking. And one can use that. But then one has to be a little bit careful also for a number of things. First, it's relatively comprehensive, and hence these goals and the targets are interdependent. And then we're back to the non-linearities we were discussing at the beginning. Extremely difficult to act upon. And then I think one should also be a little bit careful not to make a monomania of these SDGs. They're good, they're fine, but they're not comprehensive. Nobody has seen a word on arms in these SDGs, for example. And I think the point you were making, or the student was making, about saying, well, they stem from a system which indeed has produced part of the problem, is something which is true. And I think in this frame, we should also not forget fundamental research. You know, the picture that you were showing of the Earth, it wasn't made in aim of bringing sustainability or ecology closer to the people. It was created in a completely different framework. And I think in the same way, we're not going to go any further, or we're not going to solve our problems if we don't understand the structure of the membrane of cells, or epigenetics, or whatever. And these subjects, they're not labeled SDG sustainability or blah, blah, blah. But I think the knowledge that goes with them belongs to the tools that we will need. Finally, just a word on universities. There's a lot of soul-searching around universities, and you mentioned that before. But frankly, that's not where the problem is. I mean, we can try to make every effort to reduce the carbon footprint of universities and blah, blah, blah. It's fine to spend some effort on that. But where these issues are important is elsewhere. I mean, if your rector travels a few times around Norway to make sure that the contacts within your society are clean and are solid, he's doing something you should not prevent him to doing. And you should be aware that that footprint is not important. Where it's at is that you have to make sure that speed limits in Germany are such that one doesn't drive 200 kilometers an hour. And that's BMW which tells you that. So you have to work on the real societal issues and not only on your own nombril, as one says in French. And I think you have to realize, to close the loop, that what we're trying to do when we bring science to policy, we do it with miserably small means. I mean, we've been working 1 year together with your Academy of Sciences to get one person in one office in Brussels. Volkswagen has 4 stories of a modern building just across the Berlaymont. Now, who do you think will have the more influence on European policy? Is it Volkswagen or is it IASAC with this one person in an office that we found somewhere? So I think we have to reflect on a number of these issues and indeed try to find the means to be better in where we want, but to aim right.
Thank you for this sobering image of power relations in addressing the policy field. Svein Berra, from the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, what is important research for your work, in particular on the SDGs? How important is research for the work you do at the Ministry of Foreign Affairs?
Let me first say that I agree on a number of points that you made, because there are definitely challenges reaching the politicians with research-based knowledge. But I think still it's reason to be optimistic. And I think if we use the right means and methods, it is definitely possible to get more knowledge into the policy making in a ministry such as the Minister of Foreign Affairs. We are the Foreign Service in Norway. We consist of the ministry in Oslo and then around 100 missions abroad. And in addition, of course, we have NORAD, the Norwegian Agency for Development Cooperation, who is an important associate in the work towards the SDGs. And the SDGs are at the heart of our goals in Norwegian development policy. And when we heard the second keynote about history, I was reminded of my time in South Africa as a young diplomat in 2002. I was part of organizing the Rio +10 conference. Was anyone there? Anyone in the audience? No. Well, it's 17 years ago, and certainly sustainable development was very much at stake at that time as well, and a very important priority for the Norwegian government. Prime Minister Bondevik at the time was there. Minister of the Environment, Børge Brende, was there. Minister of International Development, Hilde Frafjord Jonsson, was there, along with many state secretaries, Norwegian press, Norwegian civil society, and so on. I think the total Norwegian delegation was 120 people, not only because South Africa is a beautiful place to go to by plane, of course. So, and already, of course, 10 years before that, we had Gro Harlem Brundtland in Rio, who was not only the Norwegian Minister of the Environment, but the global Minister of Sustainable Development. So we have done this for a long time, and it's been a long-standing priority in Norwegian development policy. And we realize, of course, what Thierry said, that the goals are interlinked, and we cannot reach one without also trying to reach the other ones. Yet, for the government, it's important also to take this down into practical measures that we can, where we can achieve certain goals and make progress on specific tasks. So the government has decided that there are 5 selected topics that is the priorities of the Norwegian policy, and there are 16 partner countries that we would like to work together with to a higher degree than all the other ones. Of course, political choices are always difficult. It's not often that a politician has the choice between an inexpensive good solution and an expensive bad solutions, because then it's quite easy. But the fact is that often there are many good solutions and there is only funds for 1 or 2 of them. Or there can be only bad solutions, but still the politicians, they have to make a choice. Nevertheless, all politicians I know and all my colleagues at the ministry, they always agree with me that, of course, our policy making should be informed by research-based knowledge. The problem is to get it done, to get it into real life, because the time is not there for my colleagues to sit and read 150-page reports of research, even though the topic might be relevant. So we need to facilitate a dialogue between the research community and the community of ministry specialists. And we need to maintain that dialogue, and both parties need to be willing to spend some time. So I say to my colleagues at the ministry that you need to know at least one good researcher that has competence within your portfolio. And I say the same thing to any researcher I might meet, that you need to know at least one person at the Ministry of Foreign Affairs who is who is busy trying to make policy within your field of expertise. And it's possible. And let me just end by mentioning what we do with a research program called Nordglobal 2 as an example. It's a pretty large program we have within the Research Council. It's in its second year now, and right now I think there is 120 million kroner available. When we had the first round concluded, we had 11 projects who had been granted funds from the Research Council. And we started these projects by assembling all the research leaders, along with all the policy people in NORAD and at the ministry. And we also had the Minister for International Development sitting on the first row. And you have often seen it, that the ministers, they are present when a conference begins, but then they have to leave when the researchers start presenting their results, because they have so many other things to do on their busy schedule. Now, we knew that this minister, after making his speech, he had exactly this many minutes to listen to the research leaders. And divided by 11, this meant that each research leader had 90 seconds to present her project, a 4-year advanced research project. And when the Research Council told them that they only had 90 minutes, they were crying. They said, "It's not possible. It's too complex. I cannot possibly say something valuable in 90 seconds." But then, after a process with some training and with some rehearsals the day before, all of them made it. And all of them made a really good impression. And all of them were really proud afterwards that they had been able to tell the minister on the first row that this is the important research I will carry out over the next 4 years. And now in Nordglobal, we make sure that we maintain that contact between the researchers and the specialists at the Ministry and NORAD, so that we don't wait until the report is finalized 4 years ago, but we make sure that the contact and the dialogue is maintained, because I believe that it's the physical meeting and the dialogue is as important as the report in the end. Thank you.
Thank you. So what we need is really a kind of space for speed dating between researchers and policymakers.
Sometimes that's the solution.
Okay, thank you. Shantanu, you are Chief of Policy and Analysis Branch at the Division for Sustainable Development in UNDESA. Can you tell us, what is UNDESA and what kind of work do you do?
Okay, that's a good question. Let me first say that after listening to Thierry, I realized I'm completely disqualified to be on this panel. I thought I was here as a policymaker, but then I like physics, I like mathematics, and I still remember my classes in general ed. So, with apologies. Now, maybe it's because of this that I will find it very hard to explain to you what UNDESA is. It's the Department for Economic and Social Affairs. And, the UN, let me tell you about some things I've been engaged in, and that maybe it'll help you understand what UNDESA is. I cannot claim to speak for all of it, but as a secretariat body which primarily supports governments that are trying to negotiate their way to a better world on good days, we try to provide the analysis and the background information that will help these negotiations proceed on a sort of well-informed basis. We generate data and knowledge for implementation, and we play a part in review and so on of these global agendas. Now, essentially when you look at a global agenda like the SDGs, there are kind of 4 steps that you go through. The first step is setting the norm, basically getting a mandate from the member states that make up the UN that you can actually go ahead and think of a global agenda and set it down on paper. And during this process, there is, of course, if you look at how the SDGs were framed, the mandate came from the Rio+20 conference, and it was followed by discussions among the negotiators at the UN, but informed by technical inputs, informed by experts, informed by guidance from various countries, back and forth across the negotiating table, and finally you have the new global norm that everyone agrees to, which is the SDGs. But once that is done, a lot of work still remains, of course. The first part, which, again, UNDESA is involved in, as are many of you, is the advocacy and outreach to ensure its acceptability. And then we move towards implementation, where there is a need for evidence-based advice, good guidance to policymakers, good practices, and finally monitoring, review, course correction. People have mentioned the high-level political forum, all of that. So this is kind of the classical way in which policy advice gets communicated across the science policy interface. Generally, the expert is an eminent person, often gray-haired, generally bearded as well, unfortunately, not always a woman. And Edward, I see you. So, this is the way the policymaking in government in the country, as well as policy advice within the intergovernmental process, would take part. Now, we are talking here, though, about a kind of global top-down agenda which has been decided at a global level, and we are trying to connect it to country-level realities, recognizing that the action to fulfill this agenda will be mostly bottom-up. So with the SDGs, this poses some particular challenges and opens up new spaces and ways of thinking. First of all, the SDG agenda is global. There are long-term implications. Everyone has mentioned that there are lots of interconnections. There are a lot of uncertainties in how things are going to evolve and how these interconnections will play out. And there are potentially irreversible impacts which make it much harder to think through what kind of policy advice to give and how to make this credible to the policymaker. We've spoken about interdisciplinarity and the need for multiple actors to be engaged. And all of this means, I think, that in the UN, but maybe also outside it, we have to think about our engagement in different ways, not completely discard the gray-haired, bearded policymaker, but also find improved ways of doing this work. The first point is that it's important to maintain trust and credibility. And there are two factors working against us here. One factor, of course, is if you look at a climate model and you see there are uncertainties in it, how you communicate that uncertainty to a policymaker can sometimes even undermine the message you're trying to convey. And the second point, of course, is that in such a vast, complex, and interconnected agenda, member states have different priorities that may be conflicting with each other. At the negotiating space, the government of Norway is defending the interests of Norway in various ways. So is the government of India. And maintaining the trust and credibility of both of these actors as a neutral person is difficult, and you have to guard it carefully. The second point is that we are no longer working exactly in the negotiating space of member states also, which I think broadens the way we approach it. You've probably heard of various forums being created, and I think this forum idea is an interesting one, because now you're talking more about deliberation among people with different points of view. It's a chance actually for different interest groups to come together and speak up. And so you're not necessarily trying to get at a negotiated solution, but you're trying to promote understanding, which means how you manage these forums and how the learning happens in these forums is critical. And therefore, as a scientist or as a researcher, when you go to these forums, your job is not just to communicate the state of the art in your discipline, but is to encourage this learning process, is to encourage how these people understand what's going on. The third point is that we are talking about multi-stakeholder alignment here, which means it is not just policies that will get the thing done. It's more about aligning different kinds of actions. So the more you can do to facilitate that, you're no longer telling the government this is the best tax policy for you. You're actually saying that if you implement this tax policy, you have to do it in ways that the following actors are also with you, behind you, and can coordinate the way they're producing things. So this is a slightly different way of doing it. You really have to be conscious of what the other interests are and how they can support you or undermine you. And that's critical. You need much more communication with non-governmental actors, young people, but also other people who are influential at the polling station, at the voting booth, to make the case for you politically when you cannot make it at the policy level. Which means also that, I mean, I'm all for throwing out the GDP. As a trained economist, I understand its limitations. But I also understand that you have 10 years in which to take corrective action. And if you throw out the GDP now, by the time you get everything else set up to replace it, is going to be a while. So I think we have to be pragmatic about the instruments that are available with us and be honest in how we use them so that the pros and cons are clear and we are taking the actions that are needed to offset some of these cons and focus on the pros. And finally, I think a complex agenda like this, there's a lot that we already know that's not actually going to the field as yet. It needs to go out faster, but there are also knowledge gaps and technology gaps. Thierry mentioned negative emissions. And the IPCC's current report does try to accommodate this by constructing a different scenario that doesn't require negative emissions. That, I think, is a great step. We also have to think through things about obsolescence. On the one hand, we want a transition that will allow us to hold on to the same goods for longer. On the other hand, the polluting things, the bad things, we want to phase them out quickly. But phasing them out en masse is going to create problems sometimes in the financial sector, sometimes in the recycling sector, sometimes in the other production sectors. We have to think these things through so that these don't come back to haunt us. So finally, I would summarize by just saying that there are 3 points which should guide how we interact across the science policy divide and that are different from what we used to do in earlier phases. The first point is that we have to be prepared to persuade. And so when we communicate, we are talking to people who don't speak our language, but could be our ally, and we have to be prepared to persuade them. The second is, I don't think we have to always work across silos. I think it's fine to be a specialist and to work within your silo. But I think it's important to know when you've reached your limit and you can reach out. So this understanding of where the limitations of your expertise are in a big interconnected framework, I think are important. And it's not very easy to develop. I think the young people have this understanding because they're learning along the way. But the more eminent and responsible and senior we get, the harder it becomes. So I think this is a bit of knowledge we have to hold on to. And my final point would be, technology has many different solutions to difficult problems, to difficult trade-offs. And so we should always keep looking for where these solutions don't yet exist. And when we find them, how to encourage them to be actually adopted on a wide scale across all kinds of countries and borders. Thank you.
Thank you very much for giving us the policy perspective from the UN. And then, Lilian Balsrud, first, thank you very much for joining us on such short notice. Only a couple of minutes ago, you were asked to join us on the stage. You're from the Research Council.
Yes, I am.
Can you tell us a little bit about the way in which the Research Council works with the SDGs?
Yeah, and now I'm over. So, I represent a different area within the Research Council, from Fridtjof Unander, who should have been here. But as we are one Research Council in Norway, and we share strategy, all the areas, I will try to give you some of his keynotes there. He sent them to me half an hour ago, so I've read through them, and I will try to communicate what he wanted to say here. So the RCN started developing our Sustainable Development Strategy before the SDGs were launched. And the SDGs helped us in the strategy because then we avoided academic discussions on how to define the SDG, how to define sustainable development, because the UN had already done that. So we had something we could use as a headline for the strategy process. And in the strategy, we highlight the actions that the RCN want to take to realize our role to achieve the SDGs, both nationally and internationally. And through the strategy, we highlight the role that research and innovation can play in meeting the SDGs. So it's both our role and the role of research and innovation. And here we put emphasis on areas where R&D is particularly important to solve sustainability challenge, and especially areas where Norway has specific advantages and opportunities. So the overarching goal for our sustainable development work is to contribute to the development of both knowledge and solutions, to resolve national and global challenges relating to sustainability in society, and to facilitate industrial development that enhances sustainability and increases green competitiveness. So we are following this up through three main actions. It's through the way we finance projects. We allocate funding to research and innovation for 9 billion Norwegian kroners per year, which is quite a lot of money. And we do this through several calls, several programs, and we also do this through how we select the projects. So when we set up calls, we aim to incorporate sustainable development and the SDGs in our program text, the call text. And we have developed a new assessment criteria for the Sustainable Development Goals. And now I can see the research community, you're going like this because, more assessment criteria from the research councils. But I can assure you that we also are trying to simplify our assessment criteria. And the second point, we do this through developing new instruments, set up aiming to give input and answers to the Sustainable Development Goals. And one of the most important, what is most important here is we try to shortening time to market and implementation, and also give room for high-risk research and innovation, which is very often not very easily achieved through many of our normal funding mechanisms. So the third point, we also prioritize sustainable development and the Sustainable Development Goals in our international collaboration, both in the collaboration we already participate in, and also in the cooperation when we decide what areas for new international cooperation. And more, mobilizing businesses and public sector, we see that as the keys if we are to succeed with our ambitions, and also a key if the world is to meet the Sustainable Development Goals. So we do not only want to fund research, but also to see what we can, how we can help the public sector and the private sector, cooperating with academia. And when we do this, we want to put more emphasis on sustainability in the public sector through promoting competence building and increased engagement in research relevant for sustainable development on both local and national level. So more focus on innovative procurement that foster sustainable development is one example. We are trying to set up funding mechanisms for that, looking at what they're doing in the EU. And integration of sustainable development perspectives in planning process is another one. So, and there are several others as well. And for the businesses, we see also that the Sustainable Development Goals gives enormous market opportunities, and Hence, the business sector can be an important force in meeting the targets. So we very much try to stimulate the Norwegian companies to identify and take advantage of the many opportunities that achieving greater sustainability in trade and industry will entail. And as the business sector is typically very impatient to make money, as also maybe more impatient than the public sector and process you described earlier. We of course, that fits well with our urgency to take action if we are to meet the SDGs by 2030. And it puts stress on the research community and on us how to mobilize research-based solutions when we are in a hurry. So one of our new funding mechanisms is this Pilot X mechanism, where we try to fund all the way from basic research and to commercialization at the other end of the track. So, wrapping it all up, policies and actions need to be on fast track, and through knowledge-based policies are crucial. Calling for more knowledge should not be used as a cause for delaying action. We need to be able to keep two thoughts in mind at the same time, and further developing the knowledge base at the same time as we take action based on existing knowledge.
Thank you. You talk about the need to have research, fast-track research, and that we are in a hurry, and that there is an urgency related to research for the SDGs. But I want to bring one of the questions, one of the students in the video that just was screened when we entered the stage from the University of Oslo. And she asked an interesting question. How can we make sure that the research effort put into the SDG remain relevant also after 2030? Can research be rushed?
Very difficult question. I think that we, as the last point, my last point was, we need to have two thoughts in mind at the same time. And obviously, we need to produce knowledge that can meet these urgent challenges, and we see that it is possible. The European Commission and the next framework program, they have launched the missions, which we follow very closely, and I think that focusing on a mission like EC are doing in this framework program would be one way to try to ensure, try to find ways to rush research. But at the same time, we also need to make sure that we have research that are relevant after 2030.
Mm. So two things at the same time, two thoughts at the same time. Svein Berre.
I think the answer to the question is no. I think you cannot rush research of high quality. Mm. Yet at the same time, the time issue is very important, because when a political leader needs knowledge and advice to solve a difficult challenge, this challenge is now, and the decision must be made within a few days. And these politicians, they have no time to wait years to get advice from the researchers. So we think along two tracks. We both invest in long-term relevant research of high quality that takes years to do in a serious manner. But at the same time, we have close contact and agreements with research institutes so that we can have more commissioned research on a short-term basis. And also we call this in our research strategy for knowledge preparedness, which means that if we invest in universities and research institutes on a long-term basis, we also create that kind of competence that can assist us when we need advice today and not in 4 years.
Susanne.
Can it be rushed? I would agree with you that it cannot. And I think if we say that we are in a mess right now, and we are urging it to do something about it, I think some of the mess is really due to a lot of rushed decisions, maybe, or decisions taken at a point in time where we didn't really have the oversight or whatever. But I think what you said earlier in your speech, that we need to take time to see how we ended up where we are in order to make that is a crucial, important research to really understand why do we end up here, in order to make better decisions and better research and get better advice. So I think it's dangerous to rush it, because then you ask of researchers to become quick politicians in a way, and we are not. I mean, it needs to be a difference between a political role, a bureaucratic role, policymaker, and a researcher. And we need to sort of have that kind of diversity and the diversity of roles in order to do our best job. And I commend University of Bergen for this science diplomacy, because it is a new term that helps us kind of think. I worked up towards the policy field for years, and I see huge problems with it. But it gives me some way of thinking, a new role, sort of as a diplomat in with some particular kind of knowledge, giving advice, but never really taking responsibility in a way. We are asked very often to legitimize political decisions. And I think that is the misuse of roles. We give advice. This is what science say, but you take a political decision, and that is for politics to do. So I think we need to keep a very sort of clear distinction, recognize the diversity, recognize that we have different roles to play. And basic research, you cannot do interdisciplinary research without sort of built up a competence within the disciplines that have some kind of core. And that takes time. And I would hate to see that we go on the quick sort of fixes that take away the sort of seriousness and slowness of good research.
And you mentioned science diplomacy. There is a question from the audience here. Should universities gear up and work more systematically with impact, science diplomacy, and relationship to stakeholders? And who will pay for it? Cecil, do you have a reflection on that?
Excuse me.
In your opinion?
I wanted to intervene in the previous question.
Yes, of course. You can think about this question, Cecil. Yes, please do.
Can research be rushed? Let's be real. Research is rushed because there is a system of perverse incentives for people to rush research.
Yeah.
And we see all the consequences of that, reproducibility, etc., etc. And we have all these new programs on about fraud and integrity in science. And it is precisely because part of the problem is rushed research. But there is a second element in it, which is, I think it's the wrong answer when the society asks researchers for an input to say, oh, we need more time and resources. I think that that's the wrong answer. Because if there is a need and a requirement, it's time for us, members of the scientific community of universities, to repay society what they have done and the privileges they have gave us. So we have to reframe that question and the answers.
Katherine, do you agree?
Yeah, I know you want to move on to something else, but
no, we can remain on this.
I mean, it's not only the wrong answer, it's the wrong question. What we're sitting here discussing makes it sound like, I don't think we know what sustainable development is. And our understanding of sustainable development has changed through time. And I don't think you can meet anybody in society that doesn't think sustainable development is something which is good. But most people are glad somebody else is worrying about it because they have more important things to do. The point is, we've realized, thanks to science, that sustainable development isn't a nice to have, it's a need to have. Now, once we've gotten to that point, is it a place, is it something we're moving, or is it a process? I would argue it's a process, which is why we should never talk about solutions, because I don't know that a windmill is a solution, but right now it contributes to a process that we're looking at. And I honestly think there's enough research out there, research results that are not being used, that we can easily start this process. That doesn't mean that we shouldn't still be doing research, which is long-term. And the students' question about will research now be relevant in 2030, I hope not. I hope we've moved on in 2030 to new questions. So I think we got the questions all wrong in this. So we've got plenty of knowledge out there to get moving, but we should be doing research anyway.
Thierry.
There's a lot of knowledge available, indeed. And I think it's right that society asks questions when it has questions. It's legitimate, it's always been like that, and I think it's fine. And then I think it's fine if we take time to reflect on that. It takes the time. And the answers to the questions that are being asked by society may come from very different corners. So in that sense, rushing research just to the point, to the question which is asked at that moment, is certainly a poor answer of society. But I think I would again go back and say that we know what we need to do in many areas. I mean, we know that burning coal is not exactly the hit in order to make the atmosphere do what we want it to do, i.e. to remain cool. So there is no need to research that. There's a need for action in society. And that is this action that we cannot do. And so our research, we've said, we know, we put it on the table, we explain, we are ready to answer questions, blah, blah, blah. But then the society needs to get its act together, kick itself in the... And do something with that. And their universities and these communities, with all the goodwill that there is in this room now, is probably not quite the right place. You're better place. And I don't know how many people from big companies there are in this room, and how many people in the legislation process there are in this room. But it's there that we must talk.
Shantanu.
I think I agree that the way knowledge is generated requires quality, and it builds upon itself. So eventually it will be obsolete. And it will go forward, but it will have been valuable in that time. But I think one aspect, particularly with the SDGs, is even if you can't rush research, you can probably direct it by asking what the problem is that you're trying to solve. So if you say that I want to work out the human genome, this is a particular kind of research. But you could also say I want to find a vaccine for Ebola. And I think the question you ask, whether it's asking to solve a particular problem that cannot be solved without research, and the resources you put towards it can certainly speed up the kind of results you get from research.
To some extent, that's true. But if you ask the question too specifically, the vaccine for Ebola is probably a very good example. But in order to get that question solved, you have to have lots of things which probably have nothing to do with Ebola, which you have to bring together. So if you specify your program too much in your funding agency around that, then you're likely to miss the solution.
So this is also connected to what Funtowicz in his keynote talk phrased as moving from what to how, in order to have a broader perspective on the problem. And how do we do this? And can we give science advice on the how, on the process?
I'm sure we can, because indeed that's the part where the social and human sciences come in the game. They should help us move society when you know. I mean, for the food, we know that we shouldn't be eating fish all that often, but we should eat the plankton, you know. And so we probably need social scientists and people in culture who will tell us how we're going to appreciate our doses of plankton every day to make us evolve in that direction. And that's where these people are important. And the economists in this game are also extremely important. I'm not, and there I don't know how it works, but economy is a social science, and we have to translate somehow the social aspirations we have into an economic model. And again, the people who are called upon that are soft scientists. I mean, halfway real scientists in a way, but they have a huge level of knowledge to bring into that process. So yes, science advice on the how is important, and we at EASAC actually try to make an effort to bring economists into our discussions. The main difficulty is that you bring three, and then you have three opinions, and you're lost, because you don't know what to do. Contrary to the real science, where you can make an experiment and get an answer. There you're a bit lost. So maybe you should take only one, but then the problem is to select the right one.
So we heard about the problems with the economists yesterday as well. But what about the historians? Should we bring in them? History has the historians.
Oh, yes.
Funtowicz pointed to Gramsci.
By all means. And also, I don't know who mentioned narratives. And I think that is also important. All these aspects are important in the game and should be brought, because when we speak of research here, and I think we should really understand that we don't only speak about natural sciences. I mean, it's at the basis of the process, but it's only one part of the process.
Can I chip in there? Because I think that the role of the humanities and the social sciences is for the how. It's also to manage to keep up some kind of critical space, a critical debate, critical research. And very often it's not very welcome, because we are all on the hoo-ha of how we have managed to achieve the Sustainable Development Goals as a great sort of political achievement. But still, I think for the role of research is also for the humanities to keep up these larger horizons of where we are heading and where we are coming from, and the critical space for debate. Because in politics, you always need to find a solution to the problem today, and you need to negotiate that space. But someone needs to keep up the horizons of where we are heading in the sort of larger run, in order for us to understand where we are going. And I think that is crucially important. There's one sort of example that goes with the poverty line, for instance, the poverty line that is set on 1.7. And there's been a debate lately with Jason and Tinkel about this poverty line, that they say we have managed the great achievement because we have lifted people from 1.7 to $2 a day. And somebody needs to take that critical thinking and say, well, okay, but that doesn't mean that you have lifted people out of dire destitute. Because the 1.7 to 2 is it's a political decision. So in order for us to do something with this enormous, difficult question, we need to keep that horizon, and somebody needs to keep that up and play that into the field without sort of saying, oh, you're making everything so difficult. Oh, you're only so negative, and let's now be positive and see what we can do today. And I think for me, who worked with the SDGs for a long time in health, I mean, I was really so angry about it, because every time I come with that criticism, I said, oh, here she comes again. So So I think that is again important of really sort of recognizing the role of the researcher, be that in science, in humanities, or in the social sciences.
Can I?
Yes, Bera first, and then you can intervene.
Yes, my thought is that to make progress towards the SDGs, what we need most of all is decision makers all over the world who has the courage to make decisions that will be unpopular on a short-term basis. Yeah. And for a politician, it's really hard to make unpopular decisions because then she is not re-elected, like Thierry mentioned. But I think at the same time that any decision maker who get ammunition from high-quality research that is also communicated through the media, it's easier to find that courage if heavy research is making a strong case and has evidence that this is rough right now, but it's the right thing to do.
Silvio, you wanted to intervene.
Yes. When we talk about the need for evidence and knowledge, we immediately reduce it to scientific knowledge. And immediately we say, oh, we, apart from natural scientists, we need also social scientists. Oh, good. But why? Knowledge goes beyond scientific knowledge. And this is something that's perfectly recognized today. Can you tell people here farmers and fishermen don't have knowledge and it's relevant? These are resources we have to tap. And we talked about high-quality knowledge. High quality doesn't refer only to science input. And evidence is not only comes from science. So we can have high-quality knowledge inputs to processes that are not scientific. So I'm an undisciplined scientist, okay? And I think we have to think again. And this is why when we try, and it's the usual struggle, social scientists have something to say, but someone says, but this is half-baked or soft science. Okay, and what do we say about the knowledge that people have? The knowledge that comes from being and existing in one place and at one time.
Chantal.
I think it's important to understand human nature. I mean, the best solution that you have and the most effective and efficient one will not be long-lasting if you haven't applied it with the knowledge of human nature. Just look at, and there are all kinds of disciplines that help you understand human nature. Economics, too, through its theory of incentives and so on, how they work. Psychology. History from experiences in the past. Look at the fears of a measles outbreak in Washington State in the US, right? Maybe someone who understood human nature sufficiently well would have been able to say that when 99% of the people are taking vaccines, there will always be that 1% which feels it doesn't need to, and it actually doesn't need to, but that 1% can grow slowly until a measles outbreak becomes imminent. That's human nature. That's nothing to do with the fact that you have a scientific solution which has already been implemented. So I think it's important for the policymaker or the decision maker to recognize that human beings are not rational. And that the solution that is put into place or the answer that's put out has to be supported by a broader community of knowledge. It's not an engineering solution. It's a human solution to a human problem.
Lillian.
Well, I actually thought we were a bit beyond the discussion of whether or not social sciences and humanities had an important part to play in solving societal challenges. And here in Norway, we have been discussing that for a while, and there was a governmental white paper on the role of humanities and humanities research. Was it last year? the year before. And at the Research Council, we have a variety of funding mechanisms, and we have several overarching goals beside sustainable development. Whereas one is, of course, to ensure high-quality research, where we have mechanism for funding basic research, and we also have thematical programs where we together with the ministries, the sectorial ministries. Well, okay, I'm kind of stepping into something. I shouldn't put it that way. But anyway, we allocate funding to thematical programs that where one of the goals of the program is to produce knowledge for the policymakers. So we have many different objectives and goals in the Research Council, and this discussion about interdisciplinarity, which we had now, and it was also mentioned yesterday, the importance of interdisciplinarity for solving the SDGs. Interdisciplinarity is another criteria, and it's also an area we are trying to put emphasis on when we finance research.
Thank you. Katherine, I think a question comes from the audience that relates to some of your points in your talk. If there is too little research today on the interplay between conflicting interests, environmental goals on the one hand versus human well-being on the other, as a knowledge base for action, rather than focus on solutions, how do we best stimulate such change in research? Do you have any reflections on this?
Well, that's why I actually brought up the example from PNAS there, which actually, I think the real message there is that it goes outside its own box. I mean, normally, if you were thinking we want to protect the ocean, you'd stop at the edges of the ocean, and in fact they extended. So the models that they're using are still the same. The whole idea is the same, except that they suddenly are looking at a bigger piece of the pie. Now that's not going to work everywhere, but I think we all have to. It's the same. It's a kind of question that Shantanu is into as well, in terms of the, why don't people use vaccines? I mean, if you have to think about how you sell vaccines, how you promote vaccines, how the human response is. You may have to make the box bigger because the vaccine isn't going to be useful if people don't use it. And I think I was complaining this morning about the fact that the engineers that have designed telephones and how long they ring really don't understand women's purses. You can't find the damn telephone before it stops ringing. So you could our welfare could be improved in many senses if we widened the box. And I do believe we need to be experts in our own field, but I do believe that even being an expert in my own field, it's safer if my box is little, because then I can really be the big expert. But if I make the box a bit bigger, then I think it's more useful.
There are several questions from the audience now, so I'll take a couple of them first. On science diplomacy. So this is, I think, for Thierry, but also Cecil was talking about this earlier. How can we, that is researchers, scientists, both be the honest broker, practically informing government, and at the same time relatively insistent that we know best about the topics and about the methods, and that we should also perhaps be the ones that ask the questions? Is there a balance here?
We are the ones who know best. Now, the question is to make sure that we can transmit this confidence and in a way share it. I mean, I hate these Anglo-Saxon words which make us all be a big, great family. It's not the way the world functions. So we have to, but we have to find a way to be convincing, to say who we are, where we come from, and to confront the knowledge we bring, which is indeed not the same knowledge that you were mentioning before, that everybody has somehow, but we have to try to bring these things together so that what we are convinced of being and of knowing can indeed bear to society. And that's where a certain level of humility is extremely important, and has to go together with the self-confidence. And somehow people think that these two things are very different, that it's either one or the other. I think it's pretty much the other way around, and both should go together. It's only when you have a certain level of self-confidence that you can listen and make use of what the other is bringing. If you're afraid of yourself and of your knowledge, then you're not going to be able to do that. It's a human skill, and indeed we need to understand the human nature, not only of the others, but also of us in a way.
And back to the how question, the distinction between the what and the how, as Silvio was talking about, and the science advice, for instance. That we talked about, and this is a question from the audience, we have talked about the importance of the humanities and social sciences several times during our discussion today. But do they have the same epistemic power to be heard and to be taken seriously, for instance, in this kind of science advice, science diplomacy?
I'm sure they do.
They're sure they do.
I'm absolutely convinced that they do, and I'm not absolutely sure that we know how to extract them. I've been leading the Swiss Academy of Sciences for a number of years, and I've been also leading the Academy of Natural Sciences and Humanities and blah, blah, blah. And it was infinitely difficult to bring the people from the humanities and the social sciences to actually take part in these debates and be part of society. In Switzerland in the 90s, we went through a deep crisis about identity. The humanities and the social sciences were just nowhere on the scene where you would think that they would bring the things up. So I'm utterly convinced that they do, but I think that there's probably a huge effort to be made on their side also to come up onto the stage and participate.
Susan.
I think, of course, it depends upon the problem or the things that you try to solve. But some years back, I did evaluation of the institute sector for the Research Council. That's quite some years ago. But also how research was taken up by the ministry, and this was in the sort of developmental field. And what came up then is that actually the most useful then for the ministries was actually a long-growing relation of trust to research environment or particular people. That when they did, particularly one case I remember, there was a peace negotiations in Sudan, where actually the researcher was sitting sitting in the back and giving advice, contextual advice, and filling in. So I think, again, that's why I like this diplomacy. Science advice and science diplomacy, because it is, as diplomats think about it, it's building relations of trust and not just sort of jumping into. So I think it is important, and I think honestly that this is things that we should do.
We are getting close to the end of our session here, but I wanted to invite Katherine and then Silvio to give a small response to our discussion.
Yeah, well,
Katherine.
I was just thinking about, I'm absolutely sure that historians and humanities and so on have an important voice here, but we have to also look at what's being asked for and the way we use our words, and we've heard them around the table today as well. Innovation. Innovation originally meant using a good idea for society, but now politicians are using, and the EU language we use, it's valorizing something. Now that's inviting technical people to the table. Green competitiveness or green growth, that's again, very often it's a business as usual, but now we're going to make money on the environment. Solutions, that's it's inviting for input from technical and maybe the natural sciences if we're lucky. And so I don't think it's just a question of getting the other sciences to speak up. I think it's finding the recognition in the stage they're trying to speak up on that they have something valuable to present. And as long as we expect science's support of societal development to be through technology implicitly, then this isn't going to happen.
Well, I totally agree with Catherine's conclusions. I just wanted to add a couple of sentences. The first is we have to really reflect what we mean by being useful to society. I haven't heard good answers yet.
No.
And the second point is, I hope the next meeting we have, a conference, who represents people's knowledge here? Mm-hmm. We, of course, but it's just a small part of it. Mm-hmm. So I hope in next conferences we have not separated, but embedded here, people representing people's knowledge. There is a lot of them, and very useful. Mm. Thank you.
Great. Thank you for good discussions to the panel, and also to the audience for providing very good questions. I'm sorry I didn't get to all of them. So we break for lunch, and as yesterday, there will be lunch in the room here, in the back, and downstairs. Thank you.
Are we serious about the SDG agenda? Will we reach the goals? Are they achievable? Eva Forman, a colleague of Katherine Richardson in the group of experts, has answered the question in this way by 2 questions. Are we going to experience a major systemic transformation in handling interlinkages between the various SDGs? And are we going to implement new global governance where international flows of resources, people and money are fair? If we can say yes to these 2 questions, then we can say that the implementation of the 2030 Agenda has succeeded, and we have taken a clear step on the pathway for truly sustainable development. I think this is a good frame for our discussions today, our last discussion in the final session. How are Norwegian universities responding to the challenges of the SDGs? And to follow up from previous sessions, how should universities relate to the SDG agenda? Working within the agenda, contributing to achieving the goals through education, research and innovations for the transformation we want. Working beyond the agenda, asking the critical question needed for the transformation. And working to measure the agenda, providing research-based knowledge to assess progress and to provide policymakers with the necessary knowledge. These are some of the big challenges we are facing and big chances for the debate to be followed. Let me introduce myself. I've been working 40 years in education. I've been collaborating internationally with UNESCO for the last 15 years. I've been chairing the SDG Education 2030 Steering Committee, which is a global committee. And in doing that, I had the privilege to influence SDG 4 in their making and the different targets under education. I've also had the privilege to follow the implementation of SDG 4 for the last 3 years and to develop a global framework for measuring the agenda, a global set of indicators. Our session now will consist of 2 parts. The first part, a keynote speech addressing the issue of understanding global governance, giving perspectives on what kind of global partnership and global governance is needed in the post-2015 area. And a second part, a panel of the leadership of 5 universities to discuss how the SDGs are transforming and challenging their institutions, and how can the universities and university networks cooperate in this endeavor. To the first part, the keynote address on global governance. It may be self-evident, and of course it is. The SDG agenda is a result, a tangible result of the global governance system. The goals are, in one perspective, a continuation of the Millennium Development Goals and their success, at least in the political sphere. While the 8 MDGs were said to be drafted on the back of a paper by Kofi Annan, the then UN General, the SDG agenda is the result of a long negotiating process, including diplomats, national bureaucrats, scientists, civil society, and transnational organizations, and being adopted by heads of state in New York 2015, as you all know, and unanimously. The title, Transforming Our World, reflected a break from the MDGs. The SDG agenda should be transformative, interlinking the 17 goals, balancing economic, social, and environmental perspectives, be universal, and embrace almost all human endeavor. Using some of the analytical tool from the keynote speaker in his book, A Theory of Global Governance, I've been wondering if the SDGs are a culmination of the previous area, starting with the fall of the Berlin Wall and ending in 2015, or, and being more optimistic, if it is a fresh start to re-legitimizing the UN system. Let me now introduce the first keynote speaker, Dr. Michael Zürn, Director of the Research Unit Global Governance at the Berlin Social Science Center since 2004. Professor Zürn is a well-known scholar, having a long publication list in the area of international relations and global governance, and is now contributing with his research to what he himself calls a global governance paradigm in research on international relations, if I understand it correctly. He also has some Norwegian connection. You stayed a year, I think, at the Center for Advanced Studies, Norwegian Academy of Social Sciences, just 20 years ago. His challenging question will be whether the SDG 2030 agenda can contribute to overcoming the current crisis in global governance. And to be on the more normative side, what can universities contribute to this? So, Mr. Zürn, Professor Zürn, please take the podium.
Thank you very much for this kind introduction. Thank you very much for the possibility to be here. As Dankert pointed out, it's always fun, a lot of fun, and I always like it very much to be in Norway and also in Bergen. I'm already the third time in Bergen, so it's just great to be here. I do have a sort of a sobering task. That's at least the way I understand it. I mean, I think there were now many discussions about the quality and the evaluation of the SDGs. To some extent, I have now to treat or to deal the question, is it really likely that we will get global policy that are based on the SDGs? Is global governance, is the global governance system really able to carry out those policies in spite of the fact that all of the states have agreed to the Agenda 2030? And I do this from a perspective of a political scientist, so one of those half-baked social scientists that we heard about in the last panel. And I do it essentially in two steps. I want to provide an explanation why global governance as we know it is currently in a deep crisis. And I want to show you that we are in a very deep crisis. And then on that basis at the end to say something about the likelihood, the possibility that the Agenda 2030 can lead out of this crisis, or whether it just prolongs the system as it is and therefore cannot help a lot to move out of the crisis. And the first part, the explanation, I mean, as a good scientist, you start out an explanation with a puzzle. And the puzzle is, of course, to some extent, why is global governance actually in trouble? Look back to the 1990s, look back to those friendly faces, those were to significant, I mean, only men, those were to a significant extent those who put a sort of a new international order in place, something that I would like to label the global governance system. I mean, we had a notion that there can be now, after the fall of the Berlin Wall, after the breakdown of the Soviet Union, an international order that is essentially based on three things: on democratic states, on high interdependence, not only economic, but societal interdependence between those states, and strong institutions that help to manage those kind of interdependencies. And we had an enormous amount of developments in the rise of new institutions. Think about just the new role of the United Nations Security Council, incomparable to the days before the 1990s. Think about the World Development Organization, the International Court of Justice, the Kyoto Protocol. All of those things happened in this period. And my point now, just to make clear that I'm talking about a puzzle, is actually, if you really look to it from a global level, from a bird's eye perspective, this global governance system delivered to a significant extent. Just three brief time rows here. The first one is on the Human Development Index. It grew from 1990 to 2015 as never before in history by 0.15. I mean, an enormous achievement if you put it in historical context. And also the famous inequality question. If you look at it from a global level, we have a decline of the Gini index as never before in history. The global inequality went down significantly. And a third thing that, of course, a good international order should provide is, if possible, peace and not too many wars. And if you look to the third one, that is annual battle deaths between 1945 and 2008, and you also see that from the 1990 on, trend that was already in place, admitted, but this trend went on. So to some extent, if you look from the really global perspective, if you look to Human Development Index, to inequality, and to peace, it delivered quite successfully. Nevertheless, today, we have those faces, a little bit less friendly, and I mean, I have now to speak to the Norwegians as a German. I mean, they are not outsiders. If you put Modi, Bolsonaro, Xi Jinping, Putin, and Trump together, it's 75% of the world population, which are represented by those faces. I mean, the times have changed very, very significantly, and this change essentially points to a deep crisis of global governance, given that all of those people essentially reject the whole notion of global governance, reject the whole notion that there is anything normative beyond the national interest. They essentially are in the process of re-establishing a system of geopolitics. So we have a very, very, very deep crisis of global governance, and my prediction is, I mean, even if everyone agreed and even if those SDGs are wonderful, if this perspective on world politics prevails, there is no Agenda 2030 on a global level. And then the Norwegians can do as much as they want. And even if the Germans join you, which is unlikely, then it doesn't help anyway, not very much. So this system is in crisis. And I want now to provide you a sort of an explanation why it is in crisis. And here I draw from this book, as has been mentioned, and it is an attempt to give a sort of an endogenous explanation, not one that says now there are rising powers that want to have a new world, or now suddenly nationalist sentiments popped up again in world history. But the argument essentially is, it is the way the 1990 global governance system worked, which has produced a lot of contestation and a lot of resistance, in spite of the successes on the aggregate level. Kathy Richardson has already pointed out this morning that global governance is not global government. This is the definition on the basis of which I work here. I mean, it refers to the exercise of authority across national borders, as well as, of course, international norms. The decisive point is that there is an element of authority that needs to be justified with reference to some sort of collective goals of common goods. And it needs to be justified not only to states, but to national societies and the world society. If those three conditions are given, the HET, as I would label it, There are decision-making procedures that go beyond the consensus. There are elements in world politics that allow the exercise of authority. And there are two pathways, of course. One is majority voting. If there's majority voting, there is the possibility of a minority, and therefore there is some authority on the level of the global system. And the other one is, of course, the delegation to bodies that make interpretations and decisions without voting. In both of those cases, you have some authority on the global level because you move beyond the consensus principle. That is authority. And this authority, of course, can be only justified and is based always on the notion you need to have some authority beyond national interests in order to achieve some common goals. That is always, of course, the justification of authority. You need to have some common goals in order to justify authority, otherwise authority is obviously a bad thing. And thirdly, as I mentioned, there is a justification of those institutions not only towards the states but also towards the societies. And then we see a system, a very fragmented system of international organizations, the UN, WTO, International Atomic Energy Agency, EU are some of the components. There are many more. There are also many transnational authorities, not to forget. I mean, not intergovernmental organizations, but even sometimes private actors like rating agencies, which play an important role in this global governance system. And of course, there's also a very important interaction between these institutions. The major argument now is, and I was asked to highlight this a little bit because we are coming to something which is maybe familiar to, or associated to the SDGs, is the central role of the concept of authority in understanding global governance. Authority is a form of power. It brings people to do something that they would not do without this authority. But then at the same time, it is neither based on persuasion, that you persuade someone for a specific thing to do, nor is it based on power. It is essentially based on the recognition of the superordinate by the subordinate. It is based on recognition. And it is, however, voluntarily recognition. In that sense, there's a paradox. Famous social theorists label this paradox either as affirmed dependency. Here you get the paradoxical character, that is Max Horkheimer, or a complicity of the subordinates, that's Pierre Bourdieu. So, I mean, you see this sort of paradox which is always involved in the recognition, in the voluntary recognition of a subordinate, as knowing better, as knowing what to do, and following this thing. And as you all will probably realize, there's even a super paradox when it comes to the international level. Why should those rich and powerful states with all their universities, with all their knowledge, essentially accept the authority of international organizations? And this is, of course, an obvious question, and the answer is that we have a very specific form of authority working on the global level that may be labeled reflexive authority. It is based on a service conception and based on knowledge orders. It is essentially the assumption authority on the global governance level works because there are some knowledge orders which are accepted, and those knowledge orders point to limitations of the rationality of the individual actors. Because there is this sort of understanding of the limitation, there is some willingness to establish organizations that gather data, that essentially gather the best scientists in the world, and provide some decisions and interpretations that are then accepted as decisions or interpretations of an authority. But that's, of course, an extremely weak form of authority, and it invites, or it has certain features that are different from traditional forms of authority that we know. First of all, we are not talking, as Weber did when he talked about authority, about commands. No, we are talking about requests. The best thing that IOs can do towards states is asking for requests. That means the WTO does not rule the United States, it essentially makes requests. The second thing is Because there is this reflexive element, there is a permanent contestation going on. There is a permanent questioning, is this authority really exercising its role in an appropriate way? Do they really make sensible statements? Is it really worth to follow their advice? It's a permanent contestation which also shows in the permanent attempt to establish new international organizations, to establish new authorities, because the old ones are not liked anymore. The third thing is that we should distinguish, and that's important when we come then to the SDGs, between political authority and epistemic authority. Political authority means essentially there's a recognition that someone can make decisions in the name of the common good. Epistemic authority is a little bit less demanding. It is the recognition there can be someone who can make interpretations that I will accept as interpretations of the world, and that, of course, will have implicitly some recommendations what to do. So, very briefly, I have to speed up a little bit. Very briefly, we can talk about this if there is any questions. I just want to show there's a significant rise of authority when you measure it with some indicators in the international system. I mean, one, of course, after 1945 with the establishment of the post-World War II order, but a second one as deeply in the 1990s, which completely changed the system. And it also goes in parallel with a rise to references to global common goods, and it also goes in parallel with a rise of communication to world society by international organizations. We see a sort of a systemic shift in the 1990s, and therefore we see the establishment of a global political system that exercises authority. That exercises authority in many different ways. I mean, in the political way, the United Nations Security Council established interventions with violent means to protect human rights or democracy or whatever. That's one form of authority. There was the imposition of austerity policies on certain countries by the IMF in Latin America, or within Europe, of course, in the case of Greece, by the EU. There may be just the prohibition of certain national policies in order to protect the national industry. So there is an attempt to prevent certain policies, certain national policies. There are demands for measures in order to protect the global environment. All those decisions, of course, create stratification in the global system, and all those decisions have enormous distributional implications between societies and within societies. And therefore, there's a fundamental problem involved in the rise of the global governance system. It requires legitimation. Because the global governance is essentially effective and intrusive, or because it was effective and intrusive, it requires legitimation. Any authority needs essentially to nurture a belief in its own legitimacy. If it is not able to nurture the belief in its own legitimacy, it is not exercising authority anymore. And there are now two fundamental problems in the global governance system as it is set up. One is that we have a very much fragmented system. There are loosely coupled spheres of authority. Each sector, each problem essentially has its own global governance institution. And that prevents a global political space. There is no global political space because there are not the sort of political debates that are needed in order to get a sort of legitimation which is based on contestation. I mean, the big national debates that we all have are about security versus freedom, are about environment versus growth and stuff like that. And these are intersectoral debates. Those intersectoral debates are by definition not possible in the global governance system as long as the system is fragmented as it is. And this leads to a situation that there is essentially only technocratic legitimations of global governance. There is a second problem, and that is those international institutions are dominated by the most powerful states, and there's a very weak division of labor, leading to many, many decisions where many people argue correctly alike cases are not treated alike. In some countries of Northern Africa, nuclear weapons lead to interventions, and they do not in other countries. This is, of course, something that is criticized, that alike cases are not treated alike. The same is true when it comes to IMF interventions. Some economists would argue there have been crises in some of the major countries which would have required an IMF intervention, but it did not take place. It only takes place in some countries. So we have essentially a reduction of all the legitimation narratives to a technocratic one, and all the others, a participatory one, a liberal one, a democratic one, does not work. We have essentially a dominance of technocratic legitimation narratives and a lack of impartiality in the exercise of power. And this has led, so the argument goes, before I come to the end, this has led to a myriad of contestations. I mean, that's only a very small selection of all the contestations that we have experienced in the last 5 or 10 years. We have, of course, first of all, the authoritarian potentates like Putin, Erdogan, Modi, and Orban, who criticize global governance very strongly. If there's one commonality between those guys, it is the opposition to global governance. Then we have, of course, all the authoritarian populist groups in consolidated democracies that challenge global governance and reduce, of course, the space of maneuver for the government in order to achieve international compromises, because if the compromise goes too far, that will then strengthen those populist groups again. Of course, not to forget, we have fundamentalist religious movements in the world that are also fighting strongly against international institutions because they are seen as the tip of the iceberg of modernization and of secularization. We have the so-called rising powers, like China and some others, which criticize global governance as well in a much more modest way. They want to reform it. They do not want to reject it, but they are part of the opposition. And we have, of course, many transnational protest movements who essentially consider global governance just as a synonym for neoliberalism and for implementing neoliberalism. So, I mean, there's a myriad of different contestations. I just want to point out all of those contestations go essentially towards the two legitimation problems that I identified. Authoritarian potentates, Putin is maybe the best example, always criticize the double standards of global governance. Populist groups essentially criticize this technocratic, cosmopolitan, liberal elite and therefore reject it. Fundamentalist religious movements see it essentially also just as a spearhead of Western imperialism and dominance. Rising powers seek to change international institutions in order to essentially change the Western dominance in international institutions. And as I said, transnational NGOs are saying, I mean, these are instruments to overcome democratic politics at home, and therefore we need to democratize international institutions. All speak to those two legitimation problems that have created this myriad of responses. Does this mean that global governance is at the end, that there's no way out of the crisis? I would say no, it depends on the responses. It depends now on the responses of the global governance system, of the authority holders, and of this liberal cosmopolitan elite that has created those international institutions. There are signs of decline, and I think the strongest sign of decline is coming currently from the United States. If you look at the forward by President Trump to the national security strategy earlier this year, you see the rejection of all the three basics of global governance. He is clearly rejecting the very idea of global common goods. He clearly states there is only one thing that counts, and that is national interest, American national interest, of course. It's a complete rejection of anything that goes beyond this American national interest. And therefore, it's a complete rejection of the idea of international authority. taking back control again, as it is said currently in UK. I mean, each withdrawal from international institutions is essentially celebrated as a success. And if you look very closely to the language of this speak, it's exclusively directed towards the American people. If you compare it to earlier National Security Council statements, they were much more directed towards the global public. But there's also another possibility that we experience a change in the mode of global governance. We see the demands by rising power for counter-institutionalization, creating new institutions. We see some reforms that take into account the demands of the rising powers, G7 to G20 and many others. And above all, what we see is a move from political to epistemic community, a rise of epistemic community and a weakening of political authority, a weakening of sharp political decisions and a strengthening of those institutions which establish knowledge, which establish benchmarks, which essentially govern by numbers in order to give some recommendations to the people. I mean, also you can see it here a little bit. It is it only goes till 2010, but you see already from 2000 on a much steeper rise of epistemic authority than political authority. And of course, Agenda 2030 emphasizes epistemic authority. I mean, there's very little room for real strong political decisions by global governance institutions if you read the text. It's a very strong belief that the implementation process is one that works via benchmarking, via numbers, via learning, via exchanging ideas, and in that sense very much builds on the idea there can be epistemic authority, there can be a move towards running the world through benchmarking, an attempt to be effective without being intrusive. However, there's this movement going on in the current world, there's no question, and that's maybe currently the only way that can be carried out, but there are limitations, and the problem is it does in no way essentially tackle the fundamental underlying political problems of the global governance system. It does not speak to the legitimation problems. It does, to some extent, increase the technocratic bias, and therefore there is a certain danger that it will even strengthen populist movements around the world. So, in addition to all the good goals of the SDG, in addition to this strengthening of epistemic authority, which is probably needed in the current age, I think there's also a need for all of us, and especially for the universities, to think about how can we create a global governance system that is legitimate. Maybe we need to do active politicization of international issues, not only responsive to those populist movements. Maybe we need to politicize to some extent universities in order to battle the struggle for cosmopolitan liberal values against nationalist sentiments. The only point is merely a science-driven, merely technocratic way to handle these issues probably won't work. There is a need for political struggle, there is a need for repoliticization, and there is a need to make global governance more legitimate, and that means there is a need also to insert possibilities of contestation, of political competition into the international institutions in order to make Agenda 2030 really a success. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Professor Zürn. I think even though painting a gloomy picture, you also giving some direction, I think, for university or challenges for the universities in how to address this, and not. I think it's even emphasized the role of universities even more. I think, but this I think will be something for the next part of the discussion, and that's for the university as institutions to respond to this, as well as other questions. So we are rearranging the panel up here, and now I think how are universities positioning themselves within this framework, nationally and internationally? And we have representatives of 5 of the old universities, 3 rectors and 2 pro-rectors. I've been going through the internet and the websites from the different universities and seeing how they are profiling themselves on the SDGs. There are differences, but it's a rather impressive picture you are painting of yourself. I think this debate and discussion and conversation may reveal that you are working in different directions on the SDGs, and that is, of course, natural, because you have different missions, you have different strengths, you have different priorities. But I think, and I hope that we have a fruitful debate on this, and I ask the panelists to take place here.
Du sitter i mitten.
So, welcome. So we have for the audience, right to left, Ulstein Johnsen, a pro-rector at the University of Life Science, that has just stepped in for your rector because she's, in a way, sick. Then we have Anne Husbekk, Arctic University, welcome. And we have pro-rector Gro Bjørnerud Mo from the University of Oslo. We have the rector for Norwegian University of Technology and Science, or the other way around, Gunnar Bovim.
It's very important, either it would be nuts.
Okay. And, of course, we have the host and the rector of the University of Bergen, Dag-Inge Ulstein, which have you met before in this meeting for the 2 days. I had some guiding questions, but I think also that to go straight on, I think what is special with these 5 universities, and I think this is actually quite unique. I think if you return to yesterday, and if you remember the State Secretary, Rebecca Bosch, she said that the thought to have universities cooperate around SDGs should be an evident thought, but based on competition between universities, it doesn't happen, except for Norway. And I think that you established last year a national committee for sustainable development agenda in the universities. I think that was very special. When I spoke to colleagues in the other Nordic ministries, they were quite envious of what we have actually, or what you have achieved in Norway. I know now that I think Sweden just turned around just before this meeting and set up a similar committee. But you were 1 year ahead, and if you are paving the way for others, I think that would be really excellent. I think last year you achieved at this conference setting up a committee, and the result of that committee, the work of that committee, is the conference we all had participated in for the last 2 days. With a, I must say on a personal ground, extremely interesting program and very good participants in the different discussions. But you have to look for the future. How do you see further cooperation between the universities based on the initiative you took last year? And I know Dag-Inge has some, in a way, agreement on this that I would like you to read out.
Thank you. I think it's, I'd like to start off quoting the President of the UN General Assembly at the time that in May 2017 wrote letters to all university leaders, and I quote, "I therefore make this sincere request to you to make these goals," and then of course he's referring to the SDGs, "an integral part of research, teaching and study at your institutions." And I think when all of us received that letter, well, we embarked on SDG activities, Agenda 2030 at our own universities. Last year we established this conference, and as a result of that one, the National Committee was established. And that was an agreement between the directors also assembled here today. During lunch today, we've had a new meeting amongst directors, and on recommendation of this SDG group, Agenda 2030 group, that has been working for this conference and since last time, and we've agreed upon the following. This year we want to take this initiative one step further by creating a platform for sharing of best practice in the universities' work with the SDGs, with a particular emphasis on education. This work will be coordinated by the National Committee, obviously, and the aim is that next year at the SDG Conference 2020, we will be able to present this platform to you all. So that's our commitment to you.
Thank you. I think this is an excellent starting point. And then I'll turn to the different institutions and for your response to this agreement and how, in a way, your university and institution are working on it and how you can contribute to this kind of collaborative efforts. So, Anne Husevik, I don't know if you would like to start.
I'm the rector at the UiT, the Arctic University of Norway.
Yeah.
I think that all activities at our universities could be and should be influenced by the ideas of the SDGs, both when it comes to teaching, when it comes to research, but perhaps most of all when it comes to attitude. And I believe strongly in influencers. And I would mention 3 influencers that I think make a lot of contribution to the world today. First of all, to Malala, who got the Nobel Peace Prize for her interest and effort to make education available for all students, all children in the world, and in particular the female. I will also look at Greta Thunberg, who so efficiently showed her a way of expressing a concern for climate change, both in Sweden and at World Economic Forum. The world listened to her and think about what she says. The last one is Ella Marie Hætta Isaksen, winning the Norwegian Stjernekamp and making indigenous peoples aware their, culture, language, music, available for all Norwegians, and I think in the next step for the globe. In the same way, I think our students are the most important influencers in our universities. And that's why we have made 8 internship positions, 20% position for students. 4, 3 of them here, working towards our ocean 2019. And the 4 others working at our main campuses towards making the debutuke, the first 2 weeks of study, into sustainable weeks. Meaning that all arrangements should have the ideas of SDGs within their ideas. And this may turn these 2 weeks into something that is a lot of fun, but also with some serious thoughts. And that is how I think our students are influenced to think about the SDGs through their time at the university, having these sustainability goals and the ideas behind them under their skin. When it comes to what our university do in addition, is that we have a strategy that is based on all the priorities of our board made on the strategies are influenced by the SDGs. This means that we have basic research as one of our main goals, but also interdisciplinarity within our research projects. I am concerned and have expressed that at several occasions, that the organization of our universities in faculties, in silos, prevent us from being efficient towards the big challenges of the world. So I will always ask the question, are we organized in the best way? When it comes to interdisciplinarity, I think the humanities and social sciences must be and will be added into biology and technology when it comes to SDG approaches. And maybe, and based on the things we have heard today, that money rules more than attitude, and that the business school maybe is the most important part of the university when it comes to changing the world. In the future, our students will be professors, they will be politicians, they will be business leaders. They will be the ones that should have the right approach, the right attitude towards a sustainable future. We have one activity which is also across university this year, and that is that our students will collaborate in making a student arrangement in connection with our Ocean 2019. This is also something that came out of the national approach to SDGs, and I'm very proud to have students in my university very interested in reaching the goal number 14, but also participate to make SDGs available for all students and being influencers in our university. Thank you.
Thank you very much for especially emphasizing on student participation, because I think that's been one of the really strong red threads through the whole conference of these 2 days. Now I'd like to turn to the Rector of the University of Science and Technology, Gunnar Bovim. In your strategy for 2018 to 2025, you state in one of your strategic areas that overcoming the grand societal challenge of our time will require new thinking and new knowledge. What do you do about it?
We think it is a challenge. Therefore, we challenge everybody. And we challenge ourselves. And there are some news. The one is new technology has come to stay. That is a very important news. The other one is that new technology will continue to come. And there is no future, no political future without understanding technology. But technology is far too important to leave it for the technologists alone. Therefore, we have to work together. And that's what we try to state in our strategy, that we have to work together and we have to look upon this future development, which is for us to form the students. At NTNU, at present, we have 42,000 students. If they go out from our university being role models for the SDGs, for a better future, we have done the best. And we think that, therefore, the students' initiatives are very important. Yesterday, ISFIT was opened. It is the biggest international student festival in the world, actually, with students coming from almost every country in the world, and they are discussing different areas of importance. This year they have chosen migration, and migration is very much about sustainability as well. If we can handle migration, which has always been there and always will be there, in a good way, we will also challenge or handle the development. And as universities, there is a possibility of a bottom-up process. There is a possibility of initiatives coming from those who know the disciplines best, who know the development best, who know what's in the scientific frontiers the best. And if they, each and every one of them, will work for this, then it will be a success. So it's for us to sort of concert these actions into the, to sort of pence it to the right ways. And that's I think, we do the best when we make the power of the students, the power of the future, be enthusiastic. We made our strategy, we call it Knowledge for a Better World. And it is nothing less. And therefore, quite many are enthusiastic about that. I myself, I wanted to come to my university because they had a vision of knowledge for a better world, nothing less. And therefore, we can discuss the important questions, being so many, so talented researchers, so many talented students. I think many of people would think of NTNU as a hub for, especially for example, energy research and energy development. And the Norwegian government has made research centers for sustainable energy, the FMEs. And when we work with them, we understand just what Anna said, it has to be cross-disciplinary. It has to be more than the technologists. It has to be all sort of people, and all sort of people talking together. And that's not trivial. It's not easy. I myself, being a medical doctor, spent a lot of years before I understood anything of what the technologists said. So if we can facilitate that, that's an important part of our university task. And we think that very much of the development of the globe starts in the cities. So if we can form the cities in a good way, we also form the society. And we are very happy that Trondheim has been picked out as one of the 25 cities in the world to implement the SDGs within 2025. That's in the core of what we can also work with as a university, having Trondheim University Municipality. So we are enthusiastic about this, and we can be enthusiastic because the students who start with us are even more anxious about this. So we look forward to knowledge for a better world.
Thank you very much. I turn to Pro-Rector Ulstein Johnsen from the Life Science University. In one way, when I'm reading your mission statement, you are living the SDGs.
Yes, that's right.
At the university.
Exactly. Yeah.
But still, I'm a bit curious about the interdisciplinarity within your institute. How are you going about? Are you really succeeding in that?
Yeah, we're trying to do the best we can. What we have formulated is that we would like to have a common effort for a sustainable future. That's our goal for this strategic period, which is we have a new strategic plan. And interdisciplinarity is one of the most important action point that we would like to have. And we will also focus on the possibilities by the digital society, of course. And also learning for life, the lifelong learning is very important for us. And you know, the veterinary institute and also the veterinarian faculty is moving to Ås. So we would like to have a common environment together with all the research institutes that are located at the campus Ås. We have quite a long tradition to have interdisciplinarity when it comes to our educational program. So we're trying to do the best, and we have a very strong attention to these issues. And we would like to develop it. And of course, we would like to be part of the society, the university society here in Norway, and also internationally. I'm totally pleased, to be here and having this agreement that we are going to be cooperating that nicely, in the future. Fantastic. And it is needed. One of the things that is so important for us is that we like to educate experts. But at the same time, that's not sufficient. We like to train the students and educate them to be experts among experts, so that they can work together with the wicked problems that, is present within the goals, the Sustainable Development Goals. It's also very important that, young people, which are the backbone, actually, for the future of the sustainability, it's important to have a critical mind and being critical thinking. But that should be balanced in a delicacy with open-minded people. So have this balance between being open-minded and critical. That should be very important for us to install as some sort of a framework, and also as some sort of a sustainable attitude and a sustainable mind.
Thank you. And I'm turning to University of Oslo. Gro Bjørnerud Mo. I've looked also at your web page. I don't see SDGs as prominent as for the other universities. Are you hiding anything, or? But I know you're interested and concerned about your international cooperation and your collaboration with also institutions outside Norway.
There are, of course, always hidden treasures in the University of Oslo. But I wanted really to start by thanking the University of Bergen for organizing this conference. It was a fantastic event last year, and it's been maybe even more fantastic this year. So, and it has strengthened my conviction that universities still are very powerful arenas for imagining a better world. And I think imagination is key to new understanding. The young economist Ebba, she was sitting almost here, on this spot yesterday. She was holding a donut in her hand, and she urged us all to see the world differently. And I believe that imagination has an intense power that sometimes bursts into deep transformations of the real, and I think this is what has to happen now. Okay, and then we're in the beginning of a large strategy process in Oslo. We are going to prepare a new strategy plan for the next 10 years, and it will be finished in December. So I think now, at the University of Oslo, you can compare the University of Oslo to a chamber music festival. It is, you have beautiful concerts and orchestras playing all over this large, beautiful, comprehensive university. And what we try to do now is to see how we can make it all much more visible to you, and of course to have a larger impact, both for this country and for the world. And this is why we've brought students actually to Bergen, a large group of Oslo students. So some of the students who were here filmed earlier this day, they are here. And we also have a Canadian student who came to us last year with an idea. Because in Vancouver, where she comes from, they have a city studio where students work together in interdisciplinary approaches to make cities more sustainable. And this is why, thanks to Jennifer and her initiative, we have created an Oslo City Studio, and that is the first one outside of Northern America. And it's part of Oslo being the green capital of Europe this year. So I'll say we're on the move, so watch out.
Thank you very much, and I think that next year we will ask the same question, and we are then. Then I turn to the host, Dag-Inge Olsen at the University of Bergen. I thought to flatter you that saying that Bergen is almost the SDG city in Norway, but I hear that you have some competition from Trondheim on this, but I guess it's a friendly competition. You have been mostly, in a way, connected.
It is.
I'm laughing.
It is.
No, I said something I don't know exactly what the meaning was. If I put... Okay, anyway.
We'll sort it out. Yeah,
you have been mostly connected with water, life below water, and that's been, in a way, where you had a large conference. It's in the priorities of the Prime Minister, and it's certainly very important for Norway to follow up. But how do you relate the other disciplines at the university with this special focus on oceans?
Well, first of all, I'd like to say that we were very proud that when we last year was appointed by the UN academic partner as the academic partner for the SDG 14, Life Below Waters. And, you know, there's one university per SDG around the globe that is responsible for forming an academic network and partnership. But, of course, they also met in Paris not long ago, all these 16 universities, to see how they can collaborate together, because whether it's life below water, whether it's no poverty, or whatever it is, there are some commonalities. And I think that's the striking feature of the SDGs. Let me also say that I think there is a reason, a very good reason, why Peter Thomson, at the time president of the UN General Assembly, wrote to university leaders. Well, of course, he wrote also to heads of state, obviously, because it's a UN document and agreement. They should be aware of it anyway, without this letter from the president. But anyway, he wrote to this heads of state, and also then in May, as I said, to university leaders, because he realized how important research and how important education is. Well, it's not only important, it's crucial. Without the universities and the young people on board, it's simply not feasible to meet these goals. I do recognize and realize the challenges we've got when it comes to global governance. Obviously, there are challenges that need to be dealt with. But I think one of the most important components is universities, or what they represent in meeting and understanding the SDGs and how we can work with them. Mentioning that, I'd like also to say that one of the things that I've been very keen on, and that is to, let's say, foster and be better at the science policy interface. Taking part in discussions with politicians or those who represent our country in UN, at high political level meetings and things like that, providing evidence, ideas for the politicians, for those who are empowered to take decisions on our behalf. I think we've been far too reluctant going into sort of that space. But I do know that politicians, they are eager to listen to scientists. It's not always that I have plenty of time, as we heard earlier today, but they are keen listeners, and we should be much more brave providing them with the knowledge and insight. I heard it was said earlier today that the scientists, well, it's we who are most knowledgeable about all this stuff. But I think it's important to realize that democracies has politics as a sort of independent component or competence on top of the rest of knowledge in our societies. So we can only provide, we can only inform, but that is also a task we should undertake. And then we have to respect political decisions that we disagree with. That is the nature of democracies. That is the nature of policies. If we disregard that, if we do not respect that, we also undermine political authorities and, at the very end of the day, democracies. We don't want that to happen. At our university, following last year's conference, I'm happy to say that students, they were challenging us. Okay, we had discussions, conference, discussing, deliberating scientific ideas and input and whatever there is to transform the world. And they asked, what about our education? Are we not going to transform our education? And then, of course, we established an education group, Education 2030, that is going to look at all our education programs to see how can we accommodate the SDGs, the 2030 agenda. We are not finished yet, but we will, of course, see what will be the end of that process later on. But the very idea and the reflection that we need to reconsider how we, the content of our teaching, but the way we teach as well, yes, I think is worthwhile anyway. And I think, well, it can be said that the SDGs and the Agenda 2030, well, there will be no business as usual. And that also goes for universities, in the way that a lot of the research we've been undertaking has had a reductionistic approach. That is, simplifying, isolating problems. Whereas the SDGs and the global challenges that we face is exactly calling for the opposite. It is the complexity, the systems approach, as we heard early on, that is demanded. So I think we should probably also, to a large extent, rethink how we do our research. And of course, how we integrate our education into the research. And I'm definitely in favor of the liberal arts tradition in the US, where you have a broader perspective on education, where you can sort of bring in ideas from various disciplines. I think that's much more robust, also educational-wise, and will be much more in line with the ambitions of the SDG. I think we've narrowed down our educational programs. Of course, they have been let's say, tailored to accommodate, let's say, some scientific needs and things like that, and disciplinary needs. We need to think cross-disciplinary in a much more radical way than we have done before.
Thanks, and I follow up on you on. And I follow.
There was at least two that was agreed.
And I follow up on your first point, the policy science nexus, which I think is interesting, and we discussed in the last session, and also to follow up on Professor Zürn's question about politicization. Is it needed in a way to have a politicization of universities? In one sense, the advising role of universities to policymakers is a kind of we did discuss last or in the previous debate, and it's well known, it's been going back and forth, I think. But also, I think and here is also a question from the audience, that on the more public arena, how are you as universities contributing to, in a way, counteract the right populist simplifying agenda, which is definitely out there, which is a kind of more larger scale debate and a larger role of the universities. So who would like to answer that question?
I can start. I think as long as the IPCC report is not taken into consideration by many politicians or denying the climate change, I think we have a problem from each and every university. And I'm curious to hear how Dag-Rune make his advices to the politicians. Because from my point of view as a researcher, I say it may be that this is the case. But we need more research. We have to take into consideration that there could be doubt. There is a significance level that makes 5%, it's not, we are not quite sure. That is not the advice the politicians want. They want firm advice. They want to hear this is the truth and we can make politics based on that. And I am not sure that I, as a rector of one university, can make these advices. That's why it's important for us to collaborate. Yes. That is why IPCC is a very important report, because each and everyone cannot make these firm advices to politicians. I would not do it.
Several wanted to have the floor now, and I'll leave you, but please be short. Gunnar Boim and then Dag-Rune.
Actually, we do that. We challenge our thematic areas. Sustainability is one of them, to make 4 points, 4 political advices every second year, and publish them. These are the main efforts we think that the Norwegian government should go for. It's within energy, it's within oceans, it's within sustainability, and it is within health. And it is a struggle to get them, because the researchers would like to say, well, but we challenge to give just 4 messages. And I think it develops our researchers as well. They teach every day, then they teach the students some absolute facts, and they give them some advices. We have to do that also for the politicians. So we are trying not to be that afraid.
Well, first of all, I had to say that it's not me as the rector of the university that provides a lot of advice to our politicians. No. We have a lot of scholarly people at our university that are more than competent of providing good advice to all and informed policies. But when it comes, and of course we've had people that have been collaborating with the EU mechanism, the science advice mechanism, and we would like to see to it that that happens to much larger extent. I've always been arguing for a science advice mechanism in Norway. I hope to see that sooner or later because I do think it's useful, even though I do know that the various ministries and directorates also have their own mechanisms installed. But in order, ladies and gentlemen, to see the bigger picture, you have to take provide advice across the various silos that also the ministries represent. So I think there is all sorts of good reason why we should have installed a science advice mechanism, perhaps within the office of the Prime Minister of Norway, as many other countries got.
I disagree, but...
Yeah, but don't listen to this guy. I've thought about this, so it's more than... true thought. But when it comes to uncertainties, I am not really that afraid that politicians do not appreciate also the concept of uncertainties. Of course, if you drown your message in a massive uncertainty and your overall conclusion is that I don't know. Well, that's no advice at all. So that doesn't do the trick. But it's not like that they will have very firm conclusions in the way that there's no room for policies. Yeah. Mm-hmm. So we have to be aware of that. And politicians are not as stupid as many would like to think they are.
They're not.
I forgot to say when I made a presentation of myself that I've been previous work in the Ministry of Education and Research in Norway. So I've been in a way between the researchers and the politicians for several years, and we are demanding for evidence as fast as possible, and you are not able always to provide, or the form you are providing it may be challenging for us in a way to transform into political actions, but I think if there is a vacuum and you need, then it will be filled, and it's a question who will fill it.
That's right.
Please, Gro.
Yeah, I think that the University of Oslo would kind of represent a large variety of answers to that question, and it'll also by several kind of activities. But we just organized a Peace Week after the Nobel Peace Prize, inviting famous international speakers, and of course sometimes we just invite people in and have a discussion. And then we have so many scholars contributing to public debate and to giving advice to the government in so many areas. And I think that what we try to do is kind of open up for discussions and not be afraid to interact with the outside world.
Of course. That's really important, we need to have the contact. We need to install some sort of an innovation area, innovation ecosystem, in order to have this dialogue between, the private companies and the public activities, and we would like to have some sort of a mingle of ideas and trying to have contact between them in order to make an impact. And the research that we are doing and producing is giving impact to the society. But I would personally be very cautious about giving direct advices if I'm not capable of doing that, in a scientific way. But the society as such is based on scientific facts, or at least scientific results.
Well, you referred to Professor Zürn's question or reflection over whether one should politicize universities. Well, I think you should leave politics to the politicians and do research at universities in the sense that universities shouldn't engage not individual scientists or whatever students. They should, of course, engage in politics. But I don't think necessarily universities should engage in the politics of the various parties. But that doesn't mean that we're not going to interact with politicians. We should much more bravely, I think, interact with politicians, provide advice, talk to politicians and decision makers in the ministries and things like that, to try to provide the best knowledge that we can come up with from a research base. I think that is quite sound. And in that role, in that capacity, I think we can be a change maker also when it comes to let's say, tackling the global challenges. There's one thing that universities can do in this capacity, which is a challenge for nation states and national governments, and that is most universities have a broad network. We collaborate across borders, cultures, seas and oceans. My university is a member of Worldwide University Network, which has a broad representation across this globe and interact with various political systems, cultures, and I think it is of great value that we come together and discuss exactly these things that we have on the agenda today, because in our interaction with the local, with the national authorities and politicians and whatever there is, we can actually influence where some of the intergovernmental sort of mechanisms fail.
I was not thinking about party politics, but the question is about how can universities be agenda setters in the public debate?
Yes.
You know?
And I think we are too afraid. If you look at the two pictures Professor Zürn presented of the politicians of the 90s and the politicians of today, the universities have some messages to give, which are not scientifically controversial. This is about believing in science or not, and putting scientific messages forward or not. And I think we don't need to be into the party politics, but we have to provide a basis on which the different ideologies can decide, which is democracy. But the basis, the knowledge, has to be forwarded. And I think we do that too passively today. And I think that this is a challenge for the universities. This is a challenge for my university, especially to bring the technologists forward, because they think that politics is something going on out there, but it's going on everywhere. We are too afraid.
Anne?
Yeah, but we know that Arctic is melting. The ice over the North Pole will disappear, perhaps before 2050.
But Trump doesn't care.
No, but we don't either, because we exploit a lot of oil and gas. We export that, and it makes a lot of emissions, which are part of the problem. That is evidence-based. But still, all our welfare in Norway is based on the money that we make on oil export. So our universities are basically based on financial support from that money. So this is the big questions. This is a big questions that we have evidence for, but who will listen? Who will? I mean, many people tell the politician that that's the case. Our prime minister says that within a certain number of years there will be a transformation into a non-oil dependent economy. But I think most people in this room knows that if it doesn't do anything today, it will influence the next 100 years and maybe the future of all of us. So this is the big questions that are evidence-based and just to a certain extent taken into consideration by the politicians.
I think that then we are back to the discussion before lunch. I think Katherine Richardson was actually saying that quite well, that the SDGs 1 to 6 about kind of human welfare was in a way contesting the 13, 14 and 15 or SDGs on climate and both ocean and land climate. So I think we know, but what do we do about it? And here is the kind of question about social sciences. How are they contributing?
I think we heard it yesterday. I think we've heard answers during this conference, because yesterday we talked about circular economy, and of course that you can hardly think that you can talk about changing economics without including political aspects into the debate, and I feel they were very present yesterday. So I think that we should also think that academia really is a place where these very, very difficult paradoxes and problems and dilemmas will be and should be discussed.
Trying to raise our perspective a bit out of a national arena to the international, and returning back to Professor Zürn and kind of a bit depressing picture of the kind of world governance system, which is not, to say at least, very conducive for achieving the SDGs. Through your international networks, and this is a question from the audience, to your international networks, how can you provide legitimacy for the SDGs in a way on the more global arena? It's a big question.
Yeah.
Do you have a role to play there, or should we be modest? Rune?
Well, I think we have a role to play, and the very nature of universities, as I said, as international partners and players and collaborators, well, it comes with the role that we have a substantial possibility of influencing. I had the pleasure of talking about SDG work for the International University Association earlier in Malaysia last year, was it? And what struck me was that when I met with some of the student representatives, was that the knowledge about the SDG and the challenges and how they can sort of be addressed was not really high on their agenda. So I think by discussing, having conferences, engaging with the students and engaging them, I think there is a huge possibility of a movement that universities can sort of facilitate. That also will be a power with respect to the needed changes that Agenda 2030 represents. And I think there will be governments, there will be political leaders, there will be authorities in various countries that listen to young people, that are also, of course, listening to university leaders, but primarily, I think, the power of young people, that is a part of universities. We heard that there's 250 million students on this globe or something like that, which is a substantial voice if they come together.
It's also a question from the audience, which I think it reflects the whole conference, not necessarily this panel, but it is that we have, I think, the speech by the representative from Minister of Foreign Affairs yesterday at the dinner. He said that the SDGs are not about we, them, it's about us, which is definitely true. But in this conference, in the panels, in the keynotes, it's been white, very white, to say, and we have not listened to the voices from other places. Is this something that you should consider when designing the next year's conference, to have stronger voices from outside our own circle?
Yes.
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 It's unanimously. So you got your answer.
This is a leading question.
Yes.
Well, for this conference, it was planned that the Vice-Chancellor of Witwatersrand University in South Africa was to be here. A very strong African voice, a very, very strong and prominent African voice, Adam Habib. He was unfortunately not able to come. And only a few days ago, I met with also the Vice-Chancellor of the University of Cape Town, which is also an equal strong voice. And high up on their agenda is SDGs, Agenda 2030, from a South African perspective. And now that I've seen that our Minister of Development Issues has entered the room, I think it's only appropriate to say that the government will launch or revise their panorama strategy, which is all about our collaboration, science and education-wise, with the BRICS countries, South Africa being one of them. I'm sure that we can work on this and we can bring also strong, prominent South African voices to Bergen next year.
I actually think that we should not underestimate the power of collaborating internationally also with the states which are not that democratic as we are. I think the democratic power of collaboration between universities and university students and university researchers is important. And that is why we think that for us to collaborate with universities within countries we don't share the government of is still valuable and important, because the conversation with them, the inviting them and going there in itself is a democratic power, and we should not underestimate that for SDGs either.
I think we are at the end of this session. We have a minister that's waiting to take the floor, and I think that to end where we started, the cooperation between the universities, the 5 universities, which is a strong message from this panel. So, Dag-Inge, maybe you should read your statement once again.
Perhaps. We have committed ourselves today during lunch, the present rectors and the universities that they represent, to create a platform for sharing best practice in the universities' work with the SDGs, with a special emphasis on education. And this work will be coordinated by the National Committee. And the aim is that next year, and then we have to reconvene here next year for the SDG Conference 2020, then we will be able to present this platform to you all to show our commitment.
So, thank you to the panel. Thanks.
Oops. I am very pleased to be able to introduce our Minister for International Development, Dag-Inge Ulstein, to close our conference. On behalf of the University of Bergen and the National SDG Committee, I sincerely welcome you. It is important for our conference that we are in dialogue with the Ministry of Foreign Affairs in the work with Agenda 2030. As we have seen during the last 2 conference days, research and education is the key to sustainable development. And we invite the Minister to reflect on the present status of the SDGs. The floor is yours.
Thank you so much, ladies and gentlemen. It's a great pleasure to be here back in Bergen, my hometown. It's so good to be here again. And thank you so much for inviting me. And I had to say it's a bit, with a bit mixed feelings that I've seen state secretaries and ministers bumping in and out of conferences like this. But so I would really like to participate more, and perhaps there's some streaming that I could actually get the depths of the days afterwards. So thank you so much. We actually came from Ethiopia yesterday. It was very interesting, and I'm going to say a bit about that, but it's good to be back between the 7 mountains again. But now it's about the 17 SDGs. And you have been here for 2 days now, and discussing some of the most pressing issues of our time. And the answers of these defining questions has to be found and solved in months and in a few years that are ahead of us. As a lot of people say these days, it's on our duty that these answers are about to be found. So, and this conference calls on us to engage in a process of radical rethinking, where the aim is to strengthening our efforts to realize the 2030 Agenda. I fully support this call for rethinking, to use a quote that is often mistakenly, but still a very good quote, attributed to Albert Einstein. Insanity is doing the same thing over and over again and expecting a different result. It is simply not good enough to think that same procedure as last year will do. So, the agenda calls on us to take action for people, planet, prosperity, peace, and partnership. Together, these 5 Ps form the backbone of the agenda. We need to understand that they are interconnected and need to be integrated into practically policy making, both nationally and internationally. So I would therefore like to thank the organizers of this conference for the pledge you have made to bring the full breadth of the 2030 Agenda into your lecture halls and research programs. Without the committed participation of the academic community and the students you are educating, we will fail. We will fail to reach the Sustainable Development Goals by 2030. The agenda brings the world together in an unprecedented manner to combat poverty in all its forms. The commitment to leave no one behind goes to the core of our humanity. I told you that I just came from Ethiopia yesterday, and I had a meeting with the African Union, and one meeting together with the commissioner from Cameroon and the minister for integration in Uganda was a breathtaking meeting, because they was saying something to each other. They said, "I am because we are." They said that there is a lot of difficulties going on, but we have to stand together as one community. I am because we are. So, that one body that we are a part of, I really want to thank you for addressing this in this conference. And I'm so sure that the knowledge that are pouring out from these universities and from other universities is going to be an important role and make huge impact on this important issue for the next days ahead. The 2030 Agenda has come at a time when we have already seen progress in many areas. Life expectancy is up, and infant mortality rates are down. The numbers of people in primary and secondary education has never been higher. Armed conflicts are at an all-time low. Never before have so many infants and children been vaccinated. The number of people living in extreme poverty has never been lower. This is a lot of things that we got to be grateful for. But although much has been achieved, this is not the time for complacency. That is why UN Secretary General Antonio Guterres called to action following the latest IPCC report, which he called an ear-splitting wake-up call that is appropriate. Guterres has made clear that at the current pace of implementation, the world is not on track to meet the SDGs by 2030. Again, we have to rethink. Progress is simply too slow. We are being thrown off course by the pending geopolitical divisions, a record number of people on the move in search of safety, and a number of prolonged humanitarian crises. Politics do matters, but people's faith in political leaders is often undermined by leaders' greed and indifference to the fact that their lives are being destroyed. A growing debt crisis is looming in some of the world's most vulnerable countries. Many countries are already suffering from the consequences of global warming. The 9 warmest years on record have all occurred since 2005. The global economic toll of climate-related disasters has increased by 250% over the last 20 years. By 2030, more than 100 million people could be pushed into extreme poverty as a result of climate change. Just like the global temperature, inequality is also on the rise. Although globalization has brought great benefits to the world's growing middle class, more than 800 million people are still living in extreme poverty. They have been given no opportunity to participate in any form of value creation that could have a positive impact on their lives. Poverty at this level undermines social cohesion and societies. It heightens the appeal of populists, and it fuels political extremism. Investing in people and ensuring fair globalization are the best remedies. So, ladies and gentlemen, in spite of all this, there are reasons to be hopeful. The SDGs are our common roadmap to a fairer, more peaceful, and prosperous world. The global framework is in place with the ownership of all UN member states. That is quite an achievement in itself. But unless ownership is translated into action, little will change. I would therefore like to mention 5 key areas where concerted action could increase the pace of national, regional, and global implementation of the 2030 Agenda. First, reaching the SDGs will cost money, a lot of money. The UN estimates that the world would need an additional 22 trillion Norwegian kroner annually, or 18 times as much as total global official development assistance. In order to find that money, we need to draw on our experience and be open to new ideas. We know from the Millennium Development Goals that between 70 and 90% of the resources must come from public coffers. And it is the developing countries themselves that must carry the lion's share. National resource mobilization must therefore be priority number 1. According to the International Monetary Fund, all countries need tax revenues equivalent to 15% of GDP in order to uphold basic state functions. Many developing countries are unable to achieve this, so we therefore are increasing our support to tax policy and tax systems. We are assisting countries in their reform efforts, and we are supporting international cooperation on tax policies. Research shows that reforms that lead to greater tax predictability and fairness for the private sector stimulate growth, even if this means that the economy is being taxed at a higher rate. In some cases, $1 spent on developing effective tax systems can yield as much as $100 in increased public income. And second, we will not be able to reach the SDGs without strong investments in science, technology, and innovation. New research-based knowledge is vital for all decision makers. If we are to achieve the progress, we need to get on track before 2030. Universities, along with research institutions and other research actors, play a key role. Over the last 2 days, you have discussed how knowledge based on high-quality research can help us to reach the SDGs more effectively. This is vital. We need to find new ways of providing the knowledge we need in order to answer the most challenging questions of our time. To quote Professor Hans Petter Graver, the new president of the Norwegian Academy of Science and Letters, said, "Science cannot solve all the challenges we are facing, but they cannot be solved without science." In 2016, Oxford Dictionaries chose post-truth as its word of the year, an adjective describing circumstances in which objective facts have become less influential in shaping public opinion than appeals to emotions and personal belief. Unfortunately, this worrying trend has influenced democracies and political decisions in many countries. Faith in science is under pressure, and trust in public institutions is shrinking. Our defense against trends like this has to be high-quality, research-based knowledge combined with closer international cooperation. In other words, rethinking our efforts to reach the SDGs doesn't only mean gaining more and better knowledge through research. It also means finding better ways of countering propaganda, intolerance, and populism. Troll factories, if that's a real word, are running 3 shifts. So perhaps we need universities to do the same. Third, we live in a digitalized world. Technology and innovation continues to provide the answers to many pressing challenges. While we know that we cannot digitalize real relationships between people or politics, we also know that the digitalization is gradually changing our lives for good. Not everyone knows that UN Secretary General Guterres has a background in mathematics and physics, and is quite a technology geek, and neither did I. But he has been very clear. Without more systematic use of digital solutions in our development efforts, we will not reach the SDGs. And I couldn't agree more. Fourth, we will be unable to reach any of the goals unless we focus on women and girls. Gender-based violence and harassments are still commonplace in many countries, and they are often met with impunity. The importance of focusing on women and girls is made clear in the government's action plan for women, peace and security. Education, regardless of the level, is not simply a matter of transferring knowledge. Education is the great enabler. It should provide students with the tools they need today in order to shape the world of tomorrow. For this reason, we have decided to increase our investments in global education. Education for girls and for the most vulnerable is a priority in these investments. We must leave no one behind. And fifth, it is a privilege to speak to students. Without your committed participation, the 2030 agenda is doomed to failure. But the good thing is that the agenda provides many opportunities for students in action. More than 40% of the global population is between the age of 10 and 24. Never before have there been so many young people on the planet. That's opportunities, and it also gives us a great many challenges, including food insecurity, limited access to education, inadequate health services, the gender gap, climate change, and increasingly polluted oceans. My point is simply, it is vital that we all, and at least the world's many young people, understand the underlying cause of these challenges, how severe they are, and how urgent it is to address them. The rationale for committed action will then be clearer to us all. As I told you, yesterday I returned from my first foreign visit as Minister of International Development. I visited Ethiopia, and Ethiopia is a beautiful and a complex country. A dramatic history situated in a geographically and geopolitically very challenging region. On the United Nations Human Development Index, Ethiopia now is ranked at place 173. However, all the people I met underlined the importance of education. Increased efforts in education and research in line with SDG 4 are essential if Ethiopia is to succeed in feeding its population of 100 million people and secure future development and progress. So I am so proud that education is a central topic in Norway's cooperation with countries like Ethiopia. We are engaged in broad educational collaboration on all levels. One example is the cooperation between the Norwegian University of Life Science and the University of Mekkele. This cooperation dates back to 1996 and has been a great value to both Norway and to Ethiopia. Despite challenges, Ethiopia is a country which have a clear sense of direction. The new Prime Minister has introduced a bold reform agenda. The human rights situation is improving. Half of the members of the new cabinet are women. Old and bitter conflicts with neighboring countries are being settled, at least a bit more than it used to be. Economic reforms are being introduced. High-tech industrial parks are being established. And the educational sector is being dramatically scaled up. Just one example, and I'm about to finish. As a part of our trip, we actually visited a very exciting circular economy project in Addis Ababa. This Norwegian woman, Maria Nilsen, Grunde, founded the recycling project Panda that you might have heard about in 2014. Since then, Panda Paper has played a significant role in addressing the problems of paper cartoon waste in Addis Ababa. They have gradually built an assortment of a collection system that allowed them to collect paper from a variety of sources, ranging from offices to factories. And they started a new project and a system for waste collection consisting of 40 bikes with collection trays spread around the city. And these bikes allows everyone in Addis to bring their waste paper to a location near the house. It's also pretty simple. For each kilogram of paper cartoon waste delivered, they will receive 2 birr. That's enough money to purchase a bus ticket or a small loaf of bread. By doing so, Panda created an initiative for people to return their waste with the pleasant side effect of creating jobs and cleaning up the streets and the polluted air of Addis. I encounter their work with great pleasure. Not only do they now provide full-time jobs for above 80 women, Panda also engaged roughly 7,000 collectors throughout Addis Ababa and 2 other cities. A majority of these people is internal displaced refugees who have no job opportunities, but through Panda, through one initiative from a young leader from Norway, they get enough income to sustain their own living. I was deeply touched when I sat down with them under a huge African tree and heard them out. Each one of them had a unique story that emphasized the importance of projects like this, rethinking in action. These vulnerable women are now optimistic for the future, and they have regained their self-value. This is a living proof that circular economy has a huge role to play in the future and for the whole of Africa's development. So for Ethiopia and other countries, the 2030 Agenda is a platform for economic and social transformation. This also shows how much political leadership matters. Ethiopia has leaders with political vision, political will, and political courage. So as we continue our work to achieve the SDGs, we will need leaders with these qualities more than ever. So with these words, I want to say thank you so much. And I also want to congratulate you on your initiative, creating a platform for sharing of best practice in universities' work with the SDGs, with a particular focus on education, as we just heard. So thank you so much.
Thank you, Minister, for reminding us of the Secretary General of the UN, Antonio Guterres' statement that work with the SDGs is not on track. There seems to be much work to be done, and I'm therefore pleased to invite you all back to the next National SDG Conference on the 6th and 7th of February next year. On behalf of the National Committee for Agenda 2030 in the university sector, I thank you all for your engagement and welcome back next year. Thank you.